Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Well, peoples, today's the day. Today is the day. Today is the day that Sean Diddy Combs is going to be sentenced for the hilarious and nefarious things that he has done. Sean Diddy Combs, peoples. And see, the thing is, peoples, you know, I can't get mad and I can't get upset because the thing is, Sean Diddy Combs had brought all of this madness upon himself. He was the one who had did these deviant, devilish, and demonic deeds. Now, although Sean Diddy Combs had did a lot of good for a lot of people, to a lot of people, but in this case, it doesn't really matter to all of the good that he did, because at the end of the day, he has did some devious, demonic, and devilish things, and that's what he is going to be sentencing on, is the demonic deeds that he did. All of these demonic deeds that he did, he is going to be sentencing on that, peoples, and not all of the wonderful things that he has done. Now there is a video that is out, peoples. There's a video that is out, um, and a young lady had literally had shown this video. She's an attorney. Her name is Attorney Simone, and she has literally been able to get a video. And I'm going to play that video for you just in a minute, peoples. But I just wanted to come on and give my little commentary real quick here and things. We're going to see this video. Um, and I want you guys to be able to chime out too. So I'm going to put the link in the chat, and then you guys can be able to come up to the panel and shoot your shot, say what you need to say and things. People, so I want you guys to keep it clean. I want you guys to keep it clean. You know, we don't want no dirty stuff and things of that nature. I just want you to keep it clean. You can be very tactful in your response and stuff, but we want to try to keep this as clean as we can and stuff. We don't want no baby oil all spewed all over everywhere. You know, we don't want no Glide gel all spewed out everywhere and stuff. And you know, we don't want no buns to be busted or anything like that. We want to keep this as clean as we can, you know, if we can, you know. So I got my moderators in here. I got all of my peoples already set and stuff. We want to try to keep this as clean as possible and stuff. Now I know that they dirtied up the sheets, and I know that they had baby oil and Glide oil and all of that stuff, but we are going to keep the house clean. And in this video, peoples, I'm going to stop it at a point to where you're going to see some of the room that was in evidence. Some of the rooms, some of the baby Glide and the gel and the baby oil and, you know, all like that and stuff. And probably some bloody sheets and things like that. But we're going to try to keep the house clean if we can. Is that all right, peoples? So, you know, this is the time. Now, you guys have been sitting here wondering where Edward Joseph was. Well, here I is. Here I be. I'm here, peoples. I've just been sitting back, relaxing, just taking a look at a lot of different things and stuff, and putting some things together and whatnot. But I'm here. I've been putting a whole lot of things together and whatnot to we, like I told you, we're going to be starting up some new things, and I'm in the midst of that and stuff. And so you know it's not always going to be Kanika. It's going to be other topics. It's going to be other cases and things of that nature. And there are so many cases that I'm going to be bringing and covering and whatnot. And I'm going to bring awareness to it. And so this is one of the ones that I'm going to bring awareness to, which everybody and their mom is talking about it now. I don't know too much about Diddy. I don't know too much about what he has did, all of his success stories and things like that and stuff. But I do know that this particular case today is going to set a precedence throughout the entertainment industry. Yes, it is. I said, yes, it is, peoples. It is going to set a precedence in the entertainment industry. And all of these executors and these deviant, devilish, and demonic people who likes to have people's buns and stuff, well, they're going to be busted as well. You guys hold on for one moment. Okay, I'm back, people. So people are going to get busted. I said people are going to get busted. And it's a sad thing, people. It's just a sad day. Especially when you see things of this nature. But then you got to turn back around and you got to say, well, hey, if they never did what they did, then they wouldn't be in the situation. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then people, shouldn't have to have gone through the various things that they've gone through, but they've gone through it. And I have sat back people's, I have watched a lot of people's lives. I have watched a lot of people who literally talked about this case and things. And, I just have mixed feelings and stuff because on one hand, I feel sorry for him. But then on the other hand, I'm kind of like saying, okay, well, that's what he get and things. And you got a lot of people who's with him, and then you got a lot of people who's up against him. But whatever stance that you take in things, I mean, the bottom line is it is what it is. The bottom line is that they brought it upon themselves. So you got to always remember that. So no matter all of the good that he has done, no matter all of the bad that he has done, the bottom line is he brought that upon himself. Now I remember a time to when we were at this kind of space and place, and we were looking at R. Kelly, and everybody was kind of like falling heads over heels for R. Kelly and things. But then even in R. Kelly's case, he brought that upon himself as well. And so as a minister, as a Christian, as a melatonin skin person, my heart goes out for him. My heart goes out for him. My heart goes out for all of the victims. My heart goes out for all of the people who's involved. And see, my thing is simply this. Now, I don't simply sit here and believe all of the victims and stuff and say that, oh, well, I think my life is in danger. My life is this and that and the other. No, you participated to a degree as well. You wanted it as well. And so while the money was going good, then you stayed in there and you took whatever was given to you. So in essence, you really wasn't a victim. You was a player because as long as he was paying, you were playing. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, see, there is some true victims, and there is people who proclaim to be victims. That's just in my eyes. I mean, you may can see it differently, or whatever, and stuff, but you know, you one thing that I've learned in my lifetime is that you cannot lead a horse to drink water. You can't. I mean, you can put the strap around his head and stuff and pull him and do all of this and stuff and ride the horse and whatnot, but you cannot lead the horse to drink water, because when the horse is thirsty, the horse will go to the water itself. And so, no matter how much all of the coercion and no matter how much the force, if the horse ain't ready to drink water, the horse ain't ready to drink water. And it's going to buck, it's going to kick, it's going to hee ha 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 ha, and all of that stuff, but it will not drink the water. And so when I sat back and I've listened to all of the testimonies of what Cassie and all of these people had did in the trial and stuff, it was like, you all are little horsies. And one thing about a horse, people, a horse will follow the leader. If the leader is strong enough, if the leader is dominant enough, all of the other little horses will follow. But see, the key is that they will follow if they choose to follow. Now, if the little horsey don't choose to follow, then the horsey is not going to follow. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You cannot lead a horse to drink water. And so now, do I blame Diddy? I blame all of them. Every last one of them, peoples. Every last one. Because all of them wanted to mix in to that type of crowd. Everybody was looking for something. Something from something leaves something. But something from nothing leaves nothing. And then that song says, you got to have something if you want to be with me. And see, the thing is, they wanted to be with Diddy. And so, although they didn't have anything, they wanted something from him. And because they wanted something from him, he wanted something from them. So it was a trade off. So now, the thing is, you had to do the most disgusting thing that you can possibly do in order to get something from him. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's what it was like, peoples. That's what it was like. They wanted something from him. He wanted something from them. And at the end of the day, they both got what they wanted. And that's what they got. And so whether it was a plug up a rug, hey, you got what you got. So before I play this video, peoples, I want to get you guys commentary upon some things. How much time do you think that they're going to give Diddy, or if they're going to give Diddy anything? Now, see, I don't sit here and I don't go and weigh in upon what other YouTubers' commentary is and stuff, because, the judge has his own mind. I understand that the commentators, all of these other YouTubers, they're biased. They only look at one side and stuff. They don't look at the whole thing and whatnot. And then everybody is saying what they're saying and doing what they're doing. Well, with me, it really doesn't matter to me one way or the other. Whether he gets years or whether he gets months or whether he walks free. It really doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, I look at them all as equally guilty. Every last one of them. And truth be told, I feel that every last one of them should have gotten, persecuted. Every last one of them, even Cassie. Every last one of them. I feel even all of the so-called victims. I feel that every last one of them should have got prosecuted and should have had did some time. But that's just not the way that it is. And so, how much time do you guys think that Diddy is going to get? Now, if you ask me, if you ask me, I think that Diddy is going to get no more than about 3 to 5 years max. 3 to 5 years max. Max. That's minus the time that he has already served. I don't think he's going to do more than that. I think the judge is going to send a message to him that your behaviors was egregious and things. I don't think that he's going to get off scot free, but I think that he's going to get at least 5 years max, no more than that, but no less than that. That's what I feel. So Keisha had said that she believes that he's going to get 3 years. Okay, so that's 2 years more than what I believe that he is going to get. Okay, so that's good. So Keisha believes 3 years. I believe 5 years. Anybody else wants to come on and chime on in and let us know what you think that Diddy is going to get? But before I go ahead and do that, peoples, let me go ahead and give a shout out to my peoples because my peoples came into the house. Hello, Trish Hollywood. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Trish Hollywood has says, "Hey, Edward and Chad." Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Randall Robinson has says, "What up?" Hello, Keisha Marcelius. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Keisha had says, "Hello, everyone." And then, hello, Charlene Johnson. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Charlene Johnson says, "Grand Rising, Mr. Edward." All right, peoples, we're going to take a look at the commentary and things. We're going to scroll through. Trish Hollywood had said, "I better stay put," laughing out loud. Keisha had said, "I didn't feel sorry for him." And Trish Hollywood had agreed. Trish had said, "I don't feel sorry for him either." Keisha had said, "And they sure received it." Trish had said, "I think he has enough money to pay the judge, the lawyer, and the prosecutors." Money talk and BS walk. And then, y'all hold on for a moment. Okay, people, so I am back. Keisha says that she believes that he is going to get 3 years. And I said 5, but you know, we'll see what happens. Trisha said, "And I believe that sentence will be reduced." Well, the probation had stated that they should give him 7 years, and the judge can go up a lot higher than that. But the prosecutor wants 10 years. But then again, the judge can go higher than that. So the judge is not bound by probation. So remember, probation had stated that they wanted 7 years. The prosecutor wanted 10 years. But the judge can either go with any one of those, or they can not go with anything at all and just let them go. But that's good. I'm glad everybody got different years and things and stuff. But see, the thing is, whew, whatever he gets, he deserves it. That's just how I feel. Whatever he gets, he deserves it. You know, and I not only look at him, and not only do I look at his children and things, and he should have thought about that when he was doing all of this stuff too. But the bottom line is that whatever he gets, he deserves it. He should said, "I pay taxes. This is full of SH and then T." I said we're going to keep it clean, peoples. All right, so what I want to do, peoples, is since we're waiting for the the sentencing to commence and things, right now everybody is in there and everybody is giving their testimony. Even the A minor, from what you call it, Kendrick Lamar had sung A minor. Well, she's not A minor no more. She's about 30 something. But at the time she was A minor. And so she's giving her testimony as to how she was transported away from one state to another state on a private jet and abused and sent back. So all of that stuff that we did not see in the trial, they're going to cover. And all of that stuff that we didn't see in the trial, the probation already has, and the judge has already seen as well. And the judge is allowing all of these people to come and speak their piece. And so with all of that, well, woo-wee, man, look at here. It's only going to be by the saving grace of Christ Jesus that it's going to save Diddy now. First offense, never been persecuted, never had a criminal record. That goes in his favor. But the mitigating circumstances behind all of this is what's getting him in the situation that he's in right now. Now, when I saw this video, people, I was really touched. I was really moved and things, because, like I say, I never did know Diddy. Never really watched him, never really followed him, never really had, any feeling towards him one way or the other, whether, he was guilty or innocent and things. And I didn't put too much weight upon it one way or the other. But this video was very interesting. And I see that he's done a lot of good. But could this video sway the judge? Could it? Or should it? Well, that's not up for me to decide, people. That is up for you to decide. And so while we're sitting back waiting, there's some coverage I do want to go back and cover upon the trial. I didn't put together any highlights or anything and stuff because this was kind of like a last minute type of thing. I was sitting back just like you all right now, just as we're seeing on the screen. We're just waiting for the attorneys to come out and we're waiting to hear the verdict. What's the word of what the judge is going to do and stuff. And so There's going to be a lot of coverage upon that and things. But I just wanted to go ahead and come on and get my little 2 cents in and stuff and give each and every one of you an opportunity to come speak your piece and things. But there is a video that I want to play. And this video was by a young lady, Attorney Simone. So shout out to Attorney Simone for capturing this video footage. This is the same video footage that they will be playing in court on today in behalf of Diddy. And I was able to capture that this morning because this was one of the first things that had came up on my screen when I first turned on my phone. So peoples, sit back, relax, and let's watch this video, peoples. It's by Attorney Simone. And it is simply called Sean Combs. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
What you've given to the world, I don't think you know, man.
Dad. When my baby cries.
You gotta give her a bottle then.
Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart.
My nose fell off. Ah!
No,
Then my lip fell off. Thank you. You wear it?
You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
One thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do. And he made me feel like I could do anything and go anywhere.
I'm from New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip-hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, you know, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city. Running all around the city is going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, you know, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, you know, finish what you started and you can do anything you put your mind to. Any of y'all go to public school?
Yes.
Okay, y'all running to raise money for your schools. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff like that. I just feel like it's important that us, you know, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. And we utilize our power to make sure y'all all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work, you know. Don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
What did you learn about him as a man who was taking up a new sport?
Well, you know, I was actually very impressed. You know, a lot of people think it's just a celebrity stunt, that he isn't serious about his running. He is as serious about his running, has been the last 9 weeks, as a lot of these guys in the lead pack. I mean, he's really devoted and dedicated himself to running. You know, he's had some knee problems, and a lot of people don't think he's going to finish. He is going to finish, even if he has to do it on one leg, because he's raised a lot of money for kids' charities, and he's not going to let all those people down.
Let's go. Where we going? We're going straight to the top, baby. Let's go is a constant reminder. Let's go. Boom. Live in the present. Sometimes, you know, you daydreaming. Sometimes, you know, Uncle Diddy got to hit you with let's go. Clap it up on the sideline. Let's get our energy right. Come on. To make sure that you're pursuing your dream, that you're staying focused. Let's go. Let's keep going forward. Let's go means let's be positive. Let's take it up another notch. Let's go spend time with our kids. Let's go. Let's give thanks to God. Let's go. You know, let's turn it up. Let's get in the vocal booth. Let's stop procrastinating. Let's go. You know, let's understand what it's going to take to achieve that dream. So instead of talking about the guns or the violence, I was always talking about a better life. Places we didn't go before. Things we never wore. Cars we never drove. Houses we never lived in. I think I brought an aspiration to hip-hop. Tried to take it out of just being street. whole stuff was a fantasy and a dream that I always felt would come true. I started out just like you guys. I come from New York. I grew up in Harlem. I used to have to wear a uniform every day. Had to get up early in the morning, had to travel to go to school. I worked hard, just like you guys are working. This country and this world we live in may have planned for y'all. I didn't listen to that, and I don't want y'all to listen to it either. Y'all are great. Y'all are kings. Y'all are queens. Y'all are leaders. I just got so excited because this is truly a dream come true for me. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened. It's official. When we come together as a people, nothing can stop us. What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change.
And I found out that Mr. Sean Diddy Combs posted me on Instagram.
We met Sean Diddy Combs for the first time, and Sean gave Trey a $25,000 grant, which allowed us to open a physical store.
Revolt, as one of the only Black-owned networks, we have to own something. We have to have something that's ours. We have to have something that we can control our narrative, and we could speak about things that are important to us, and we could have a platform and a foundation to be free. But I want to get advice from y'all. I want to not just have a one-way conversation.
We need a platform where they can put artists that are different, really different, that wouldn't get a shot on other stations.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see enough things truly changing. And I don't understand how we are the richest, most powerful country in the world, and it seems like we can't solve the problems within our own community. African American communities are last. And the only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together, and we have to get to that change. You will change the world.
I've been to hell.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna make it.
You're gonna make it, that's right. And I got something for you. Remember I told you I had a present for you?
Yeah. Ooh, ain't that pretty?
This is a heart, because you my heart.
Oh.
All right?
Okay.
You my heart.
Okay.
May God bless you and keep you happy and keep you thinking positive. Everything's not gonna be perfect at this time in life. And you're a good person that understands reality. So we're gonna accentuate the positives in life. Cause you're doing great, girl. You're doing great.
God knows.
You know what I'm saying? You're doing great. I want you to be happy about your life. You're doing great. We got a lot of living to do now. We got a lot of living to do. Don't have me come behind me. I'll be taking you everywhere. You be going everywhere.
You hang out together.
Okay, what's your name?
You were a little boy.
Hi.
Jeannie Ned.
Okay, Jeannie.
Yeah, you just keep hanging in there.
Thank you very much. I'm telling you right now, you did a great job.
Thank you.
I'm wrapping my head around and meeting you, and also telling you you did a great job at the same time.
That means
so
a lot.
pleasure to meet
That
you.
means a lot.
I'd rather at the end of the day be the one standing there with you was the best person. You made us feel the best as a person.
How old are you?
2.
How old are you?
2.
2. You got a 2. That's 2.
My name is Pookie the Bird. Pookie.
Happy birthday. Washing hands. We gonna be shucking it up. Yeah! Hallelujah! 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 Thank you, God.
Today, God is the greatest. He blessed me and my girlfriend Kim and the world with 2 beautiful baby girls.
We have breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, you know. She just loved me. Just for me, it's like the closest you could be like with a person.
I get to thinking about her, and I go to crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make sure the girls are watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being.
I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, to always believe in myself.
See a foot, but in that middle part.
I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want.
We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. This is why I thank you for everything you do for us. Yes. And I want you to know that you're loved more than you think.
I had to pick this trophy. I want the best person trophy. But I know in order for me to get into heaven, I'm not going to get in there, well, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records. That don't mean nothing. And that's what this world is for. They're going to say, oh, come on in heaven, you was a nice person. I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much.
I love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
And there you have it, peoples. There you have it right there. A man who loves his children. Sean Diddy Combs. And so, peoples, you know, and so, peoples, here you are. This is the man who he calls himself Love. And this is the man who has brought his children up and raised his children up. You know. And so despite of all the things that he has been accused of, he still is a father, as you can see. And a father who has taken care of his children. You know, that goes without saying. And a lot of people may agree, a lot of people may disagree, but at the end of the day, you see that he takes care of his children. And so, whatever your thoughts and views, opinions, and things may be, peoples, The bottom line is simply he's still a father who did a lot more than what a lot of these fathers did out there. And that was he took very good care of his children. Now, in his business sense and his own time and things, well, he has the right to do whatever he wants to do. You know, that's his private time, that's his business, you know. But at the end of the day, that didn't spill over to anything of what has transpired with his children. You know, it would be something to whereas all of these things that he was doing would have played the role in the children's lives, then, I would have really had a difference in opinion and what I am speaking about him on. But it seems like the children was sheltered from his business life or his private life. And everybody has an opportunity and everybody has a right to have a private life, you know. And so my thing is simply this: all of those people who came to his Diddy parties and things and, whatever and stuff, they had children. They had nieces and nephews and cousins and friends and whatnot. But they chose to come to all of these parties and things. And they chose to get down in a manner to which they chose to do. It was their choice. Nobody twisted their arm. They chose that upon themselves. Now, and it was already known that when you go to a Diddy party, well, things happen at Diddy parties. They knew that for themselves. But yet and still, people still decided to come and party. You know, it's not to say that the things that happened to him was right, but you didn't have to keep coming. You have to understand, people, that all of this stuff has happened over a span of time. It just didn't happen overnight. This stuff was going on for years and years and years and years and years. And for all of these people to just all of a sudden come out now and say, oh, but by the way, I have information. And this and this and this and this and this happened. Well, you stayed. You got money. You did not leave, or you did not go and raise the red flag to tell anybody anything. You participated. You continued to keep coming. You continue to keep making money. You continue to keep being around that crowd. You chose that. All right, peoples. We're going to get back to this because it seems like a lot of the officers is coming out. So let's go back to the live video and let's take a look at what's going on. So it looks like things may be heading for a break or something. I think this is going to be an all-day event, but it seems like, they're probably at a lunch break right now. I don't think that the judge had made a ruling just yet, because if so, then I'm sure that you would have had a lot of YouTubers come on thus far and start saying things and stuff. But it is 10 o'clock, 10:30 my time, so 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. So it should be about 1:30 out there. So I think that they're probably just breaking for lunch. But we'll keep an eye up on this and things and kind of see what's going on. But in the meantime, in between time, Trish had said, mind you, he has been locked up for a year and 6 months, and they can't charge him with racketeering or sex trafficking. Nope, they can't. That's a done deal. They can bring other charges up against them and things, but as far as racketeering and sex trafficking, they can't do that no more. People say it's done. He has been acquitted. He has been acquitted. And so, whether you agree with it or not, whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not, really doesn't matter, because the bottom line is he has been acquitted of those charges, people. He has been acquitted. And so now we just have to wait and see what the judge is going to do as far as the other two counts of Mann Act. But, again, people, I'll be surprised if he gets more than 5 years. I'm thinking 5. Keisha thinks 3. The probation thinks 7. Prosecutor thinks 10. But the YouTuber thinks way more than that. So it's all across the spectrum. People as to what you think may he get. But see, people, let me just say something here. Since I'm here, I just want to say something. And all of you can come on to the panel and you can speak your piece if you so choose and stuff. The link is in the chat and all. But I just want to say, Diddy is a man. He is human. He is a valuable creature. He's human. He's no different than any of us. You understand what I'm saying? And so the thing is that he has done things that wasn't necessarily right in the eyes of, the people. He said things, he did things and stuff. Was he totally a terrible man? Well, that's what the people wants to paint. They want to look at all of the negative things that has come about, but there's a lot of positive things as well. So does the negative outweigh the positive, or does the positive outweigh the negative? See, when you get negative things upon people, then everybody wants to take a look at all of the negative things. They forget about all of the positive things that you did in life, and they want to just focus upon the negative things, and they want to bring you down, all based upon the negative things that you did. Well, we all done negative things in our lives and stuff. We all done things that we're not really happy about doing. Every last one of us in this life has done something that we're not proud of, and things that we wish we can take back and whatnot. But does that outweigh the good things that we have done? Because see, the thing is, people, if God is going to judge each and every one of us by every negative thing that we have done, then we wouldn't have been able to survive. There would be no reason for the Lord to even allow us to live, because everything is negative, 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 negative. And the truth be told, if we all was just to focus upon all the negative things that you have done in your life, you know, when you want someone to say, I've been redeemed, I've been bought with a price, Jesus, he's transformed my whole life. If anybody asks you just who I am, you tell them I've been redeemed. Well, have you been redeemed, people? Have you been bought with a price? Wouldn't you want the Lord to forgive you for the various things that you have said and done? Is what Diddy has done been so atrocious to whereas we can forget about all of the wonderful things that he has done for his children? He has done for a lot of the people. He has done for the family. You know, when does a person ever be able to change? You haven't lived a day in his shoes. You only can go by what all of the other YouTubers and Facebookers say, but you haven't lived with him 24/7. So you don't know what his daily lifestyle is, peoples. You only can go by what the people think of him. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's really amazing how we listen to all of these people day in, day out. They don't know and they haven't lived a day in this man's shoes. But yet they can go ahead and say all of these salacious things about him. Maybe he does have an attitude. Maybe he feels that he's high strong. Maybe he has narcissistic attitude. Okay, so what does that mean? Look up all of Hollywood. All of them got their not by their merits. All of them got their not by their talents. All of them had to go through some stuff. All of them had to go through some rituals. All of them had to go through some demon, devilish, and demonic stuff. All of them had to make a sacrifice and things in order to make it to the top and stuff. Every last one of them. Do you actually think that there is just one squeaky clean person in Hollywood that didn't do nothing and made it to the top and made all of that money and stuff? Come on, peoples now. You know, you smarter than that. You're smarter than that. And so do you just only blame Diddy for everything that was done? Or do you blame all of these other people? Do you blame the ones who had trained him? Why is nobody talking about the other people who had given him an opportunity to be who he is in things? He's just a gatekeeper, but there's someone more powerful than him. But see, you know, and then before you really still go and rant and rave and stuff, think about your part. You're the one who listened to his music. You're the one who watched him. You're the one who egged him on before all of this stuff came out. Many of you looked at his getting awards and gave that man praise and wore his clothes and watched his sitcoms and stuff, on Roku and whatever type of streaming channel that he had owned and stuff. You drank Ciroc and you partied, you drank, you did everything that he was about. You got played with it. You did. You bought the tickets. You listened to stuff. So you just did because you played the role. You watched the madness. So when you want to sit here and vilify someone, well then think about your contributions as well, because he couldn't be who he is if it wasn't for you as well. You did that. See, I can talk because I never did it. I never watched the Diddy shows and the Hollywood stars and this, that, and the other. I don't know about Hollywood. So that's why I can talk. Because I genuinely never endorsed that madness. I didn't go to the concerts and watch all of the TV shows and listen to all of the music and stuff like that. That's why when you ask me today, who is this person? Who is that person? See, y'all can go down the line and y'all can tell everything about all of these Hollywood people stories. Y'all know more about their lives than you do your own life. Y'all know more about their lives than you do your own kid's life. Y'all can give a play-by-play as to who they saw, who they slept with last night, who they did this and did that and the other. Oh man, look at here. Y'all can give a play-by-play book about all of that madness. But see, I can't do it because I don't know. Because I don't watch it. I don't listen to it. I don't endorse it. I don't buy the tickets. I don't listen to the music. And I don't dance to their beat. So call me square biz as much as you want to. Call me reclusive. Call me introverted. Call me whatever. But see, I am Edward Joseph and I can talk more so than any of you can because I never endorse the madness. You did. So don't get mad at me because I can talk and you can't. And while you're sitting up here talking and while you're sitting up here trying to justify your actions and the things that you're saying, just understand that you were the one who endorsed the madness. I didn't. I never did. I never did. You endorsed the madness. So when you want to sit here and vilify this man for everything that he's done, just think about your contributions because in all of the Hollywood stars, every last one of them that made records and stuff, you rocking to the beat. You know all of their madness. You watch all of these Hollywood Walk of Fames and this and that and the other. You guys watch the Academy Awards and the Oscars and all like that and stuff. But see, you endorsed it. I didn't because I never watched it. So when you want to talk about Diddy, talk about yourself as well. Talk about everything that you have listened to, everything that you have learned, everything that you have shared, all of these Hollywood stars' business. You want to talk about Diddy, you talk about yourself and you think about everything that you have learned about him and everybody. And think about all of the concerts that you went to, all of the memorabilia and everything and stuff. See, shit doesn't hit the fan until things starts to happen in such a manner like this. So while nobody's in court, while everything is all good and people are making music and stuff and y'all dancing to the beat and y'all doing this and that and the other and stuff, well, you are endorsing the madness. when you talk about their lifestyle, you talk about their lives, and you know everything and who they've been sleeping with, and all of the innuendos and all of the this and that and the other, you endorsing the madness. When you talk about their kids and family and mama and sister and brother and uncles and aunties and nephews and this and that and the other, you are endorsing the madness. That's why I never covered it, because I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about the industry. I don't dance to the music. I don't listen to it. I don't buy the clothing. I don't buy the memorabilia. And I don't know nothing about their lives. So I don't endorse the madness. So when you want to talk, just think about what you know. Because if you know, you endorsing the madness. Yeah, you endorsing the madness. Because you sit 24/7 glued to the tube, learning about somebody else's business instead of minding your own. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. That's reality. That is life. Back to life. Back to reality. Y'all know that song, right? See, this is why I can't cover Hollywood, because I don't know about Hollywood. I don't know about all of the deviant, devilish, and demonic stuff that goes behind the scenes. I just see the aftermath. And then I see this one side taking care of this one side, and this one side taking care of this one side, and stuff. And I'm looking at both sides, and I'm like, well, shit, what the hell are you guys arguing about? You both are guilty. You all are guilty. You're guilty. Do you understand, people? You're guilty. And so that's just my take up on it. Don't get mad at me, because I'm just only expressing my views, my opinions, and things. And see, the thing is that you know I'm right, because I never went to a Beyonce concert. I never went to a Diddy concert. I never went to all of the people who came up under him, Tupac and Biggie Smalls and all of these other people and stuff. Left Eye Lopez and this and that and the other. I never went, and I don't listen to their music. I don't rock to their beat. So you can't blame me because I don't endorse the madness. Now, I'm not saying that you couldn't listen to it. I mean, you can listen to whatever you want. But all I'm saying is that when you want to come and you want to vilify somebody based upon somebody else's opinion about them, when you never lived a day in their lives, never lived a day in their shoes and stuff, be careful. Because when you go and you open your mouth, well, then it comes back upon you too. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, so you can have strong feelings about Diddy and what Diddy did and this and that and the other, but at the end of the day, there's always a good side to a person, and there's always a bad side to a person. And so you got to ask yourself, how did we get here? What transpired in Diddy's life to bring him to this point in time? And that's the question that you need to ask. Because certainly something happened. All of these people couldn't be lying, but then all of these people couldn't be telling the truth either. And even if they was telling the truth, well, then you got to ask yourself, why didn't they say something a long time ago? Why did they wait until now? Because you knew what you knew, and you didn't say anything. And so if a minor was involved and you knew about it, why didn't you say something? If you knew all of this and that and the other was going on, why didn't you say something? Why you just now saying something? And see, that's the thing that I'm talking about, peoples. You know, that's the thing that I'm talking about. It's really sad. It's really sad, peoples. You know, really sad that all of this stuff is going on. Really, really sad. But that's a part of life. That's what happens, peoples. You know, that's exactly what happens. And so, you know, at the end of the day, you know, what Diddy did, Diddy has to pay for. That's just the bottom line. You know, if Diddy did it, then Diddy has to pay for it. So it's unfortunate, but that's what it is. And so, peoples, what we're going to do is we're going to transition now from that point. We're going to take a look at this until we get some movement and things. But let's take a look at this, peoples. Let's go.
The verdict is in. After 14 hours of deliberation, a jury of 8 men and 4 women who spent nearly 7 weeks listening to over 30 witnesses decided the fate of Sean Diddy Combs. Not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, but guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. I'm Jerika Duncan, CBS News national correspondent. As Sean Combs faces as little as no additional time behind bars to as many as 20 years in prison for both counts, tonight we will explore his incredible life, how he rose to fame, descended into shame, and the trial that changed his place in American culture.
Puff represented more than just music.
Diddy, Puff Daddy, love, everything, baby.
You know, this was black excellence. He wasn't just a hip-hop mogul. He was one of the biggest artists in the world.
I don't really play by the rules. I'm a bad boy.
He understood what to do with music to make a hit.
The MTV Global Icon.
BET Lifetime Achievement Award.
Give it up for Puff Daddy.
Sean Puffy Combs.
The people chose it, baby. Yeah.
He wanted to be at the top. He realized that if you wanted to really become wealthy, you don't just stop with being a recording artist. You have to take it a few steps further. He started making millions and millions.
I think a lot of people who become successful and have a darker side, they use their influence and their wealth to keep it hidden because they want people to see what they want them to see.
If that video of Cassie being beat down by Diddy had not become public, had not been on airwaves across America, I don't think we'd be here.
A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City.
I love you, New York.
Today, he's been indicted and will face justice. This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be.
He knew this day was coming.
Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end.
Wow, was my first impression. They really have him now.
It's like a crime story mixed with a reality show all in one.
Excuse me.
The kings are falling.
Most of the people who come into music, they really want to get in. And sometimes when you get in and someone says, hey, all you got to do is this one thing, and I got you. But they don't got you. They're going to get you.
Before he was Diddy or Love or Puff Daddy or Puffy, he was simply Sean. Sean John Combs. Born in 1969 in Harlem, he was raised by a single mother in Mount Vernon, New York, after his father was violently shot to death. During his teenage years, he earned the nickname Puffy due to his quick temper. He would later go on to attend Howard University.
At Howard, he was doing a lot of parties.
Daryl James is the author of Becoming Diddy, the making of Sean John Combs from mogul to monster.
He's a bright guy, so he came up with some really, really clever marketing ploys that worked.
In 1990, Combs landed an internship at Uptown Records.
Sean Combs was going to outwork everybody. He didn't just observe, he soaked it in. He took what he learned and then, learned how to add on to it culturally.
Bonsu Thompson is a writer and producer.
He goes from dog intern to assistant to production assistant to artist and repertoire on to becoming his own exec.
He seemed to be somebody that definitely wanted to rise in the music business.
Cynthia Horner, a well-known hip-hop journalist in the 80s and 90s, is the publisher of Right On magazine. She covered Diddy's career from the very beginning.
He knew how to throw all the best parties, and he knew all the latest music. All the other record company executives looked at him as the go-to person, so they put him in charge of all these different artists.
He soon dropped out of Howard University and focused entirely on music at Uptown Records.
Becoming the #1 guy there, his ego blows up so much that he gets himself fired, but has the talent, connections, and the vision to build his own label.
In 1993, he launched Bad Boy Records. The first signed artist was Christopher Wallace, aka the Notorious B.I.G. Diddy produced Biggie's debut album in 1994, Ready to Die. The album went platinum with over 1 million sales in a year.
Biggie's look was not the traditional look, but having better access to clothing, which Puffy could definitely do something about, he just had that it factor.
As a marketing man, this guy was on point. He wasn't really a producer per se because he's not musically inclined, but he understood what to do with music to make a hit.
The hits with Bad Boy continued. In 1997, there was excitement to Biggie's follow-up album until it came to a devastating halt when Notorious B.I.G. was shot and killed at a Los Angeles intersection. How did Biggie's death impact Combs?
There was so much interest in Biggie's death that it just propelled Puffy to superstardom because he was still around. Biggie wasn't.
Soon after Biggie's death, Diddy released his song, I'll Be Missing You, which earned him his first Grammy.
When Biggie passed, he took the opportunity to honor his slain artist, but also live his artist dreams. And I mean, I sold a lot of records out the gate.
Biggie's second album, released posthumously, Life After Death, was a massive success, and it gave Diddy the opening to create even more music.
He went and just started going through all the 80s songs that were really, really hot and sampling those songs. So right about that time, most of us who were in our 20s and 30s, we were kind of keyed into that music, and it worked, and it was powerful.
But as his dreams were coming true, he got a wake-up call.
The 31-year-old rap mogul told a packed courtroom a gun that was found in his car was not his, and when asked if he knew where the gun came from, replied, absolutely not.
In December of 1997, Combs was charged with illegal possession of a firearm in connection to a shooting inside a Times Square nightclub.
It's not a good feeling to be sitting in that chair where other people, you got 12 people, that are in control of your life.
In 2001, the jury found Combs not guilty. Just 2 weeks later, he changed his stage name to P. Diddy and continued his path to becoming a mogul.
He almost throws as good a party as me.
I knew that was coming.
Almost.
Diddy became the executive producer and host of Making the Band on MTV, which at its height was seen by over 50 million viewers.
This is the real deal right here.
He also launched a signature sportswear collection, Sean John, which at one point grossed over $500 million annually. He didn't stop with the clothing either.
No, because he also had Ciroc, because he noticed that when you have these videos, a lot of the rappers would talk about what they drank.
By 2014, Ciroc was selling more than 2 million bottles a year. Diddy left the vodka brand 10 years later with a payout topping $1 billion.
So how y'all feeling out there?
With the success of his music and businesses came a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Forbes listing him as the world's highest paid celebrity, a Lifetime Achievement Award from BET, and an MTV Global Icon Award. Diddy was now a brand, and he was on top of the world.
If there's a face to rap becoming rich, it's Puff. He's the guy.
He told me a long time ago that he wanted to be wealthy. He wanted to be at the top.
Puff represented more than just music. This was Black excellence.
He was a marketing genius who got an opportunity in music and got in and really, really made an impact. And then it all just went sideways.
A lawsuit filed against Sean Diddy Combs.
It was a headline that landed like a bomb. On November 16th of 2023, Cassie Ventura, singer, model, and former partner of Sean Diddy Combs, filed a lawsuit accusing him of rape, trafficking, and years of brutal abuse.
I think it all started for Combs when Cassie came forward.
Attorney Terry Austin has been following the federal case and was in the courtroom every day.
She filed that civil lawsuit, but I think there was a flood of other suits that came after that.
Combs settled the civil lawsuit within 24 hours for a reported $20 million.
After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs.
In March of 2024, federal agents raided Combs' homes in Los Angeles and Miami.
The Department of Homeland Security has raided the homes of Sean Diddy Combs.
Agents seized guns, drugs, and surveillance footage, but it was something else that was making headlines. Prosecutors say more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil were found, allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for orchestrated sex parties known as freak-offs.
Oh, the guns, the baby oil, the baby oil.
Judy Saunders is a leading sexual abuse and human trafficking attorney.
That's all you saw. Went viral. Memes about that. That's made it a little bit of a public spectacle for both sides.
Simone Redwine is also a lawyer and a reality TV star who followed the case against Combs.
The significance of establishing that there was 1,000 bottles of baby oil, and in court they'd show the videos, the caseloads, they show where they were stored, is to show just how prevalent these freak-offs were, how many different people were involved.
Then, in May of 2024, surveillance footage surfaced from a Los Angeles hotel in 2016. Combs was seen chasing Cassie, slamming her to the ground and kicking her. After the video aired, Combs apologized, saying he was disgusted by his actions.
I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable.
Let's be frank. If that video of Cassie being beat down by Diddy had not become public, had not been on airwaves across America, I don't think we'd be here.
The footage displayed a side of Diddy he did not want revealed. How did you react to the video of Cassie Ventura being dragged and assaulted?
I've got to tell you, that video, no matter how many times they played it, and they played it multiple times, every single time I saw it, it affected me.
A grand jury indicted Combs on multiple felony charges, including racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking. The charges span from 2009 to 2024.
So racketeering conspiracy is that top charge. And to prove that, you have to prove there's a criminal enterprise and that it was engaged, that there was interstate criminal activity.
Now, we know there's an enterprise because it's literally called Sean Combs Enterprises. And the enterprise does not have to be created for criminal reasons. what they have to show is that he actually used employees to execute these crimes.
In September, Combs was arrested at a New York hotel. He was denied bail and has been in federal custody ever since.
Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent.
I think part of the reason he didn't get bail is because he knew this day was coming. And the allegation is he was trying to call potential witnesses and obstruct justice and tamper with these witnesses. So there was evidence that he made a few calls.
Combs has denied any In September, Combs was arrested at a New York hotel. He was denied bail and has been in federal custody ever since.
Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent.
I think part of the reason he didn't get bail is because he knew this day was coming. And the allegation is he was trying to call potential witnesses and obstruct justice and tamper with these witnesses. So there was evidence that he made a few calls.
Okay, peoples, we are back. We're back with the live coverage. They're checking the mics, so something is happening. We're back live now, peoples. We're going to wait and see for one moment. They just now checking the mics, getting ready. So I guess the attorneys is going to be coming out to speak to all of us and things and stuff. So we'll sit here just for a moment to kind of like check and see exactly what is going on and see if some changes has been made. But we're back live and things. We're just waiting, peoples. We're just waiting right now to kind of see if the attorneys is going to come out, but we may just go back to the previous video. But they're checking the mics. They're checking each and every mic and stuff. So something is about to take place and stuff. So we're going to kind of see what's going on here. So, which is good, people. It's a good thing. I was just looking at this other content creators channel that the people had wanted us to look at and stuff. So I was looking at their channel right quick here, just trying to go back into my history and see if I had played that. So let me see about going back to the commentary. So I've spoken my piece up on here. Yeah, this was it right here. So I'm just playing back some of the commentary that I had made and things. Let's see here. So I got several different videos going, different commentaries, people out there giving their commentary and things and stuff. So I'm gonna go back to this particular channel and chime out again. But I want to go and I want to put my channel link in and stuff real quick. So then the people can come and watch my channel. So let me go ahead and share this. I'm gonna share this in their link, but I'll be back to talk about it. So there is nothing happening right now. So we're going to transition back to the other live that we were just doing. So let me add that to the screen. So we're going to remove that and we're going to add something different to the screen. Let's go back and do what we were doing beforehand. And we'll get back to it, people, when time
Combs has
comes.
denied any wrongdoing. His legal team calls the case a money grab built on lies and opportunism.
When he called it a money grab, that's a common, defense, whether it's your publicist or damage control, to have that come out.
Before the first witness was called, prosecutors laid out their case with text messages, videos, and digital files painting a picture of fear, control, and systemic abuse. But none of it would matter without a jury. Everyone I've spoken to has said that is the most important part of a case. Who is sitting on that jury?
Exactly. It is critical, and there are a lot of people who think it is the most important part. Yes, you want to make sure you pick people who can understand your perspective, but there's no guarantee.
This trial would hinge on the women who say they were abused, on the employees who allegedly watched it happen, and the insiders who remained silent. And it would begin with the woman who said she survived it all.
This was the testimony I think everybody was waiting for.
I think she was the pivotal witness for that case. No doubt about it.
With the jury seated and the charges read aloud, the trial of Sean Diddy Combs officially began. Outside, it was a media circus. Long lines formed before sunrise. Content creators and news crews jockeyed for space. The Combs family walked in united, silent, hand in hand, only adding to the spectacle. But inside the courtroom, all eyes were on the government's star witness, Cassie Ventura.
There was lots of details as to what he did to her, what he forced her to do, actual sexual acts, all included in that, and that's where the prosecution got much of their information.
Cassie walked in visibly pregnant, supported by her husband and family. She didn't look at Combs, but he never took his eyes off of her.
She is beautiful, drop dead gorgeous. When she walks in the room, she has a certain presence about her, and you can't help but look at her and say, wow, she is a beautiful woman. And she dresses impeccably. And when she walked in the room repeatedly, she didn't look at him. I think she commanded the room.
She described a relationship that was intoxicating and isolating. It started with charm, but spiraled into what she called all-consuming control.
I think that Miss Ventura was able to tell us a story of meeting this very powerful, very charismatic individual at such a young age, which is extremely important. How wonderful is it to be flattered, to be chosen, so to speak, by someone like that?
She recalled the so-called freak-offs or drug-fueled sex marathons with escorts that she says Combs would watch and direct, saying she was filmed without consent.
There are a lot of salacious allegations and descriptions about those sexual nights, the freak-off nights. And at times it was kind of unbelievable to think, were they really being intimate like that for 3 or 4 days?
The jury paid close attention as she described her pain, saying that when she tried to leave, she was threatened and manipulated.
Cassie was absolutely a compelling witness. It was brilliant of the prosecution to have her lead the testimony. And one of the most compelling things that she said on that stand was she read a text message after umpteen beatings from Puffy. And she said in that message, I am not a rag doll. I am someone's child. And it was testimony like that where you could look over at the jury and you would see that they were captured by it.
Often in relationships where there is intimate partner abuse, it's important to know, along with physical and sexual, there's also the emotional abuse.
Tama Bryant is a licensed psychologist and professor at Pepperdine University.
So the psychological abuse really damages your sense of yourself, your trust of yourself, your sense of what we call agency or self-efficacy.
The singer testified she felt confused and nervous about the freak-offs, but when it came to Combs, she said, quote, I also loved him very much and wanted to make him happy.
In psychology, we call it please and appease. So I figure out who has the power and the control, and I try to stay on their good side in order to remain safe. Then they will be kind to me. Then, because this was weekly, then we could have a good week, right? If I give this person this gift, right, then things will be safer, that things will be calmer, then they won't be outraged.
On social media, there was backlash. Some questioned why she stayed. Others said she must have wanted the lifestyle, that if it were really that bad, she would have left sooner.
Just the March 5th, 2016 tape alone shows her being forced. She was trying to leave, and she was leaving a hotel night. There was an escort in that room, and she's trying to get away. She's sneaking out. She's going to the elevator.
They'll stay because they hope that things are going to get better, and sometimes they stay because of fear that they have been threatened.
But the defense argued Ventura wasn't a victim. She was a willing participant. In court, Combs's lawyers played an audio recording of an enraged Ventura threatening a man she believed had a freak-off video of her.
I'm going to kill you. You don't understand. I don't give a f. I never killed anybody in my life. It was very loud, and it was very different from the Cassie we saw on the stand, and that might affect the jury.
Ventura's 4-day testimony ended with her crying on the stand and saying she would give back the $20 million if it meant she never had to perform another freak-off. Next, the government would call the people who say they witnessed it, the bruises, the fear. A chorus of testimony to back up the star witness.
The way in which Cassie's testimony really brought together other members of Diddy's organization, his assistants, those different people, it really showed the level of power that he had and the level of control.
Cassie Ventura's testimony was riveting, but there were many more witnesses to come. Over the course of 7 weeks, there were 34 witnesses, each one building on her story. While many witnesses shared harrowing accounts, 2 stood out for how their testimony gripped the public's attention. There was rapper Kid Cudi, who was Ventura's ex-boyfriend, and Combs's anonymous ex-girlfriend, known only as Jane.
The jury in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial heard from one of his former romantic rivals yesterday, rapper Kid Cudi.
Ventura testified she dated rapper Kid Cudi in 2011 after working together and becoming friends. She told the court she didn't tell Combs about the relationship, but he found out during an alleged freak-off because he went through her phone and read some emails. Ventura testified she ended things with Kid Cudi so that no one would get hurt. On May 22nd, Kid Cudi, whose real name is Scott Mescudi, took the stand and corroborated her testimony.
Kid Cudi, I think, was a very credible witness. I think he had a certain sophistication to him. I think he came across extremely well to that jury, and I think they believed him.
Kid Cudi testified that Diddy came into his home and took his dog and locked his dog in the bathroom, but didn't appear to have hurt him. And I think what that establishes is that Diddy likes to play mind games in that instance.
Ventura also testified that Combs threatened to blow up Cudi's car. Cudi testified that a few weeks later, his Porsche 911 convertible was damaged by fire while parked in his driveway.
In light of the testimony that we heard about different consistent instances of Diddy exercising force and control and using fear to control those around him, I believe that it was Diddy who, in fact, orchestrated or directed the arson.
What about the moment Kid Cudi describes having a meeting at the Soho House? Cassie's there, but then the two of them kind of meet up man to man, and all is forgiven. Cudi says, "What about my car?" And Combs allegedly says, "What car?"
Right. And then the question was, what did you think he meant by that? And that's when Kid Cudi said that he, firebombed my car.
It wasn't just celebrity friends speaking out. One woman, far from the spotlight, came forward with a story that shook the room. On June 4th, Brianna Bongolan, a friend of Ventura, told jurors that in September of 2016, Combs lifted her over the balcony of Ventura's Los Angeles apartment for about 15 seconds before pulling her back and throwing her onto patio furniture. Prosecutors showed the jury photos of her bruises, which they say occurred that night, images that seemed to grab the jury. But the defense pressed hard. They challenged Bongolan on when the alleged incident happened, pointing to travel records showing Combs was in New York for the Bad Boy reunion tour. In other words, Combs was not in LA on the day Bongolan said she was assaulted.
It all goes down to credibility. If you don't believe that Brianna Bongolan was dangled off the edge of the apartment, you may not believe anything about the other instances that she talks about of violence.
The next day, June 5th, another woman took the stand. Known only as Combs' ex-girlfriend Jane, her story painted a similar picture to Cassie Ventura's in chilling detail. Jane described enduring drug-fueled sex marathons until the hip-hop mogul's arrest in September.
What was so different about Jane's story from Cassie's?
The common thread that I think runs through Miss Ventura and Jane is that belief, that internal belief, that they honestly believe they can't leave. They have no agency.
Jane's testimony really shared testimony and examples of Jane being in love with Diddy, also jealous. But the testimony elicited really showed that she, different than Cassie, liked to actually use the freak-offs to reward or punish Diddy.
I want to talk about Jane because she was on the stand longer than Cassie.
She was.
And she described her relationship as complicated, even today. Why do you think Jane's testimony was so problematic?
Well, let me start out by saying I think that any victim who is claiming abuse should be given an opportunity to tell their story. Having said that, I think she came across as someone who was looking for benefits, someone who was in the relationship because she wanted an expensive home, because she wanted to buy expensive bags. She wanted that lifestyle.
Jane's testimony may have been anonymous in court, but online, nothing stayed private for long. The Sean Diddy Combs trial became a trending topic, a magnet for influencers to follow the case. Some even crossed the line, exposing Jane's identity and turning her trauma into content.
A number of influencers felt that, because they weren't in the courtroom, that it was totally fine for them to name Jane and out these witnesses. But the problem is that it totally defeats the purpose of why they're there testifying under anonymity in the first place.
What followed was a digital feeding frenzy.
I just spent 8 hours in a room with Diddy.
Bono was back on the stand to finish cross-examination.
Day 2 of the Diddy trial, you could hear a pin drop.
TikToks, live streams, YouTube videos. Everyone seemed to have an opinion, but few had expertise.
It stuck with me.
Her attorneys were really brilliant. They didn't sue just Diddy, they sued his corporation.
Simone Redwine was one of the few influencers who used her knowledge of the law to break down the Combs case.
Part of the challenge is that these influencers don't have legal backgrounds. So sometimes when they share misinformation by misapplying the law to the facts, it can create issues because people feel that the defendant isn't getting a fair trial.
But it wasn't all noise. While some amplified misinformation, others became trusted sources, translating the legal jargon and reaching audiences that traditional media often missed.
Viewers are able to get tidbits and little drama, courtroom drama, whether it's in the courtroom and out of the courtroom. They're getting a tea, as we call it, right? But that's what the people want to know. They want to know, what's Diddy wearing? How gray is the hair? It's like its own little reality show where people are both getting the law, but they're also getting the facts.
As the prosecution rested, what remained was a question of strategy. Would the defense try to dismantle every voice or try to silence them altogether? Either way, it was their turn to speak.
You have to make this relatable to the jury. You have to get them to minimize the level of violence.
Now it was time to hear Diddy's defense.
Should Diddy take the stand in his own defense? Here's why that decision is complicated.
Diddy is getting ready to put on his defense.
Well, there's been a major development in the Diddy trial.
He did not take the stand, and his defense team decided not to call any witnesses.
So here, initially, Diddy's legal team expected to put on a defense for 3 weeks. Then later throughout the trial, they narrowed it down and said 2. And then in the last week, they said they had 5 witnesses. Well, days later, they decided they would call no one.
The defense does not call any witnesses. Good thing or bad thing?
I think it's probably a good thing. Personally, I feel like it's always a good idea to put at least one person up there. Sometimes the jury does look for that. On the other hand, you don't want to overplay that hand because you don't want to act as though you're really worried and put on a whole bunch of witnesses.
They think their job is done because if they believe that the prosecution has proven their case, they're going to want to put someone up to rebut that. Or they could also believe that whoever they do have could possibly do more harm than good.
The defense rested its case in less than 30 minutes, arguing that the government had failed to meet the burden of proof to any of the charges. They did, however, submit new evidence, text messages between Diddy and Cassie, as well as with another alleged victim under the pseudonym of Jane. In one message from 2012, Cassie wrote, "Besides making love, talking to you is my favorite thing." 5 years later, Ventura sent a series of messages that she missed him and asked him to send a picture of his genitals and pledge to be your little freak. Combs also texted, "You think you can freak off without getting high, LOL?" Ventura texted back, "Yeah, I'll just have to be at my level and what is good for me."
These text messages are used to do what? Knowing that Sean Combs is not going to take the stand.
They're used by the defense solely to show consent, agency, and that she had the ability to leave. They're used to mute the prosecution's theory that this was a forced relationship. The defense was putting a punctuation in their theory and in their appeal to the jury to say, this is an adult. This adult chose this relationship.
The next day, the prosecution dismissed some of the charges. Attorney Terry Austin was in the courtroom and explained why.
The prosecution decided, okay, do we need to have all of these charges? We've already proven that there's arson. Do we need to prove that there's attempted arson? We've proven that there's bribery. They did pay money to get that tape of Cassie. I think that they went through all of them and decided which ones they could let go of and still have the meat of the argument in their charges.
With the few charges dismissed, the prosecution gave its closing remarks.
The room was packed. Everybody was expecting this closing statement, and the judge, I think, even was a little bit on edge. It was different because we all know this is wrapping up.
Walk us through what happened today.
I actually think the prosecution did a great job today. One of the things they had to do was to tie it all together. There were over 30 witnesses and weeks of trial, and I think what Christy Slavic did today was to put that all together. So she went through each count. She laid out the law. She said, this is what the judge is going to tell you. And then she explained to the jury how it all fit with the evidence.
I almost get this sense that some people, when I was in the overflow, were talking a little bit. It was the reality that perhaps the prosecution has the goods.
Sex trafficking is definitely one of the charges I think they'll get as it relates to Cassie. All you have to do is show that March 5th, 2016 video. There's no question that force was used in that instance. You just need one instance. You don't know what the jury's going to do, but I think they made a good case for that today with that video.
The prosecution spent nearly 5 hours giving its closing remarks. The next day, Diddy's defense team gave theirs. We again spoke to attorney Terry Austin, who was inside the courtroom.
The atmosphere today was thrilling. It was filled. You could hear a pin drop. The entire family for the Combs was in that courtroom. I do think they were focused and listening to what Mark Agnifilo had to say. Sean Combs also was focusing on that closing argument. He was paying close attention. Mark Agnifilo, who is the lead attorney for the defense team, he had a theme, and his theme was there are two stories to this case. He did a good job at explaining what the defense's position is. In other words, there's consent as far as sex trafficking is concerned. For transportation to engage in prostitution, he said they weren't paying for sex. Where he went a little bit over the line was he questioned the motives of the victim. He tried to say that they were lying in some instances.
Diddy's defense spent 4 hours explaining to jurors why they believe he is innocent, but it was the prosecution that had the last word with a rebuttal.
That was done by Maureen Comey. She was adamant, and she also focused on just a few points. The count for transportation to engage in prostitution, she said, was laughable. She said, obviously, when they had these freak-offs, these hotel nights, that they were paying for the escort. She tried to make that jury understand that, of course, this was prostitution. If you're getting paid and it's sex, it's prostitution, and that's illegal.
The rebuttal took over an hour and court adjourned. Next, it was time for the jury to deliberate. If you're just tuning in, Sean Combs not guilty on the most serious of charges, the racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. Sean Combs still faces possible years in prison, but larger questions remain. What does this verdict say about America's tolerance for the power of celebrity and the behavior of those who wield it? And what should we make of the now tarnished legacy of the music mogul known as Diddy?
His legacy is secure as far as what his legacy has been since the 90s. I think his legacy as a human being is what is in jeopardy because he's a treacherous human being.
What are artists and even executives to learn from this trial?
Well, unfortunately, executives, if they're participating in this kind of behavior, they've learned to keep it secret. I don't think the artists have learned anything. I mean, we keep seeing the same thing happen. And it's always young people come into the industry and they don't know anything, but most of the people who come into the music, movies, fashion, film, television, they really, really want to get in. And sometimes when you get in and someone says, hey, all you got to do is this one thing, and I got you. But they don't got you. They're gonna get you.
Some believe Combs' recent legal troubles stem from a 2023 lawsuit he filed alleging racism against his longtime corporate partner, Diageo. The multi-billion-dollar alcohol conglomerate denied those claims and settled the case out of court last year, but the terms were not announced. But victims' rights advocates maintain this trial was purely about abuses of power ignored during the height of the Me Too movement.
I mean, look, hip hop had every opportunity to be part of the Me Too movement when it first started off with Tarana Burke's work a few years back. It has continued to resist, and I think this represents a lag in hip hop really embracing the movement itself. Talking about sexual harm has always been really hard. When I look back at the Me Too movement, it was galling to me to see the amount of silence Black men inside of the industry and complex of hip hop culture largely were just too silent. There were more of us who could have spoken out and that didn't, but we haven't seen that. I don't think it's profitable for people. I don't think love and healing are profitable things inside the music industry. And so I think you have this constellation of things that make it easier for artists, for fans, and for everyone virtually other than victims to remain silent about this. And that silence is a heavier wave than speaking up and speaking out.
One group with no problem speaking out, content creators, who showed up to the courthouse in droves, instantly making their perspectives on the case available for the world to watch.
And the defense is saying in their motion, well, that can't be true. Because
social media influencers are completely changing the way that cases are covered because they are doing the digging and they're bringing it directly to their viewers.
And the defense is not letting up.
They're pulling court records. They're reading it to their audience. And then together the audience is trying to decipher, oh, okay, well, what does this mean in the indictment? So as a result, it's like a crime story mixed with a reality show all in one.
These charges in particular, they're sealed, they're done.
But part of the challenge is that these influencers don't have legal backgrounds. So sometimes when they share misinformation by misapplying the law to the facts, it can create issues because people feel that the defendant isn't getting a fair trial.
The reality is, Combs was able to escape the most serious charges against him. He still faces 2 prostitution-related convictions that could send him to prison, but the damage to his reputation is done.
The entertainment business is not exactly a bed of roses, and there's so many bad influences. And a lot of people get sucked up in that. They don't think they're going to, but they do. I mean, Sean Combs' story is a little more extreme, but if you think about the history of what has happened to many of these different celebrities, everybody's got a bad story to tell.
What impact does that have on the culture? And not just hip-hop culture, American culture.
American culture, yeah. It's, the kings are falling, right? It's almost like, is this going to become a trend? What's the next icon that's going to go down? Because it's almost par for the course, right?
Only time will tell if hip-hop's future becomes more transparent and perhaps more critical of itself.
Sean Combs is huge, and for him to be charged with all of these charges and counts and women, I think is really a pivotal case. And I do think that it could change the scenery. I mean, we had R. Kelly, but I think people are looking at Sean Combs a little differently.
I'm hoping that this case becomes a cautionary tale for those who aspire to be Sean Combs, those who are approaching that status, you know, whether you're a mogul, whether it's music, I don't care what business you're in, right? It's about men with power and them abusing them. It's about the system, and the people are the ones that are gonna have to change the system.
Coming up.
They will refer to me as Wild King Nights. I would have to go and prep that hotel room.
Sean Diddy Combs, already on trial for sex trafficking.
Baby oil, Astroglide, drugs.
Now, his personal assistants.
I had to clean up those rooms.
New allegations of vile behavior.
It was frightening. His eyes, they were just black.
That's next on 60 Minutes.
Dishonest, violent, horrible. A promiscuous swinger who lied to and cheated on multiple partners. Incredibly, that's how Sean Diddy Combs' own lawyers described the billionaire music mogul, currently facing serious sex trafficking charges in a New York court. The defence tactic seems to be this: convince a jury that, while Combs might be extremely unlikable, that doesn't mean he's guilty of criminal offences that could see him locked up for the rest of his life. As Nine's Christina Hearn reports, as risky as this approach clearly is, it's probably better than nothing, especially considering the evidence that's mounting against him. Having $1 billion, multiple mansions and a private jet is pretty worthless when you're banged up in a New York prison. For the last 8 months, a cell has been Sean Diddy Combs' home after he was arrested on sex trafficking charges.
This is about consensual relationships. That's what she's saying about all of it.
Now, a court is deciding the hip-hop mogul's fate. And if he's found guilty, it's possible he'll be extending his prison stay for life.
We out of space and we breathe each other.
The allegations against Combs are sordid and shocking. Domestic violence, rape, blackmail.
Behind the scenes, he was forcing women into sex.
And what they describe as his swingers lifestyle.
And that is just the start.
The rap mogul once forced a male escort to urinate in ex-Cassie Ventura's mouth.
For those who worked closely with Diddy, what's being revealed is an unwelcome reminder of what a scheming megalomaniac he is. Are you surprised by the evidence that's already coming out in the criminal trial?
No, I'm not surprised. I experienced some of those things. Witnessed violence.
Tonight, the brave Diddy insider's finally able to tell all.
Well, the things that I experienced with him were monster-like. That stuff almost destroyed my life.
Plus the hundreds of other accusers lining up to launch their own lawsuits.
This case is shocking. It is alarming. How many people came through his orbit? How many people could this have happened to? And how did he get away with it for so long?
For 2 years, Phil Pines knew Sean Combs better than almost anyone. As his senior personal assistant, Phil was the go-to guy, a trusted confidant and keeper of secrets. He thought getting the job would be his big break into the music industry.
I was excited. I mean, look, this man is one of the most powerful, one of the most influential. So it meant a lot to me to actually have the opportunity to work with somebody of that magnitude.
What is the job of an executive assistant? What do you do?
Well, the job of an executive assistant is to staff him. You know, 24/7, essentially, he needs staffing, unless he's asleep.
Diddy's world, staffing included organising the mogul's over-the-top social functions. It was hard work, but at first, Phil couldn't believe his luck. He loved that the job was so eye-opening.
They were celebrity-driven parties. I happened to come in at a time where he was throwing his 50th birthday party, and they spent millions of dollars building this outside structure in his backyard in Los Angeles. I couldn't believe, like, wow, I'm a part of this now. Like, it was so, again, exquisite. It was just huge.
But the gloss quickly wore off as his tasks became more sinister. Phil was not only ordered to source a constant supply of drugs for Diddy, he was then forced to carry them around the country.
So we had a laundry list of items that needed to be with us at all times. You know, we'd have their marijuana joints on us. We would have the mushrooms on us. We had a kind of a Diddy pack is what they would call it. And we would keep a satchel on us, and that's what we would have in that satchel.
Always on call, Phil witnessed many things he now wishes he hadn't. He says he worked on the periphery of Diddy's now infamous sex parties known as freak-offs, although he knew them by another name.
They were referred to me as Wild King Nights. And what a Wild King Night was when him and a guest or guest would go to a hotel room or be at his home, his bedroom, and they would have intimate gatherings. I would have to go and prep that hotel room, which consisted of baby oil Astroglide, candles, incense, liquor, lights, tons of toiletries, drugs.
Phil wasn't in the room for the parties, but he didn't have to be. He knew exactly what went on behind closed doors because one of his jobs was deleting the very incriminating videos of the Wild King Nights from his boss's iPhones and iPads.
I thought he was this clean businessman who rise to the top because he was such a powerful and, smart, educated man. I had no idea that he had this other side to him. And when I started to get exposed to his lifestyle, I started to really realize, like, this guy has an addiction. It's not just, once every few weeks. It's every day, every hour.
Hey, yo, Phil, can y'all come straighten it up over here? Not looking luxurious.
The personal assistant also became the personal maid. Diddy's sex parties meant hotel rooms were often trashed. Phil was expected to get his hands dirty cleaning up, with the priority being to ensure no evidence was left behind. No secrets could ever escape.
Initially, when you walk in, you have to start to clean up the mess and the records that's left from the room. And that's the alcohol that's halfway open. Some bottles are cracked, glasses are cracked. There's baby oil everywhere on the floors in the bathroom. There's lube everywhere, half open, some of it oozing off the sides. And you have to get all that stuff, clean it up. Luckily, I would wear even a mask and I would wear gloves because it was disgusting.
Phil, what would have happened if you said to Diddy, look, that's just not my job, I'm not going to do it?
If I said that to Diddy, I wouldn't have worked there. They would find somebody else. He knows everybody. He knows what's going on behind the scenes. He knows every manager, every executive, every attorney, everybody who's important in the industry, he knows.
And Puff, where did that come from? I can't tell you that.
The implied threat was if you crossed Sean Combs, you'd never work in the industry again. He used his volatility to control his inner circle.
Savage! Oh!
His employees knew his fits of rage well. But it wasn't until this CCTV of Diddy assaulting his then partner, Cassie Ventura, in an LA hotel was leaked to CNN that the rest of the world knew what he was capable of. As shocking as this was, Phil Pine says there were other incidents where his boss was violent with women, including one time in Florida
he'll never forget.
It was at Star Island, which is his Miami residence. Him and his guest were starting to argue, and they just started really, really going at it. And I just remember him pushing her, telling her to remove his hoodie. She removed the hoodie, but in between that time, he had kicked her twice. And it was frightening because I saw his eyes. His eyes, they were just black. And it just scared me. And the girl was topless. She had nothing on.
As more and more reports of Combs' violence and generally vile behaviour have emerged, more and more people have felt empowered to speak. Sarah Rivers met the rapper on his MTV reality show in the early 2000s.
I have to do things that are a little unorthodox.
Like Phil Pines, back then, she had dreams of making a career in the music business. And when a contract with Diddy's record label appeared, she thought he was a god.
I like your style. You know what I'm saying? I like the way you get down.
It was like, wow, for Diddy? Diddy? What? You know, that was a person that I looked up to, was a mogul. So, and I listened to all the artists that he made superstars. And so to have a chance to be able to be signed to him, it was amazing. It was like, oh my God, I'm here. I finally did it.
But sadly for Sarah, it didn't take long before the real Sean Combs emerged. An arrogant bully who was out of control with almost everyone he encountered.
He told one of my band members, "You make me so mad, I want to eat your flesh." You know, he told one of them, you know, I can get a crackhead $20 to make him smack the out of you. So that's another reason why, like, how am I gonna speak up? And that shaped me, my mind, to be like, oh, you ain't gonna say nothing. Because if he can say stuff like that, what can he do for real?
Coming up, the moment that changed Sarah's life forever.
I didn't want to be alone with him, and that's the truth.
Why was that?
Because of what he did.
In the extraordinary effort to expose the extent of Sean Diddy Combs' behaviour, this call centre in Billings, Montana, has played a vital role.
I'm not making any comments about the case.
While the disgraced music mogul, charged with sex trafficking offences, is on trial 3,000 kilometres away in New York, here, the phones have been ringing off the hook. Ads on social media have prompted 15,000 calls from people detailing decades of alleged abuse by the rapper.
Right, allegedly, this man was doing this for a period of almost 30 years. What we have been told is he was brazen in his attempts to coerce people into these compromising sexual acts.
Notwithstanding the outcome of the criminal trial, attorney Andrew Van Arsdale is launching civil action against Combs.
We represent thousands of survivors of abuse.
Already, he's taken on 37 cases from people who dialed in to the Diddy call centre. One client was just 15 when the alleged offending occurred. So some of these people that have come forward have been sitting with this secret for 30 years?
And so these individuals, they've been afraid of coming forward. They've been afraid of what he could potentially do to them within the industry, what he could do to them professionally, maybe even personally. And so, yes, it's been a dark secret they've held on to for a very, very long time.
Phil Pines knows their pain. He too has been keeping secrets. From 2019 to 2021, Diddy's former personal assistant helped organise and then covered up his boss's debauched lifestyle. Did Diddy constantly test your loyalty?
Absolutely.
Was there a moment that test for loyalty went too far?
sorry.
It's an incident that will forever haunt Phil. Something Combs made him do at one of the sex parties.
Then he says, prove your loyalty to me. And I'm thinking like, you know, what is he talking about? He grabs a condom, rubs his hands on my shoulders, and pushes me to a female guest that's on the couch. And I froze. I look at the girl, you know, and are you okay with this? And she's, yeah. So I perform for a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean just a little bit. And as soon as I like kind of know that he's not looking or he's not around and he's not in my peripheral, I quickly just pull up my pants and get out of there and run downstairs and take off. I felt powerless. I felt like I couldn't tell him no.
Sarah Rivers also felt powerless when it came to having Sean Combs as a boss. She was one of the stars of his MTV reality show, Making the Band. But says she had to endure inhumane working conditions. On one frightening day, she remembers how the music mogul cornered her when she was by herself on set.
And so when I went up to the studio, you know, the MTV cameras didn't follow me coming down the hallway, and he happened to see me on his security camera. And then he just bust out of the door. He cornered me. And then he asked me, with his arm up, he asked me, how you doing? I'm kind of like, wow, what the heck? Very uncomfortable. And then he rubbed his hand down my breast. He said, if you need anything at all, you let me know.
Even though it was 2 decades ago, just thinking about Combs's creepy and unwelcome advance still causes Sarah distress.
I didn't ask for that. I don't approve of that. I was intimidated. And then I ran out of the studio as fast as I could and left.
Did you feel you could tell anyone?
I didn't think anybody would believe me, honestly. I didn't.
But her rejection of Combs had even more consequences. After the MTV show ended, Sarah believes he had her blacklisted from the music industry, effectively killing her career.
I'm sorry, I'm just like really, I'm in this moment right now. This is crazy. Sorry. People don't really know how much what it does to you when something that you love is taken from you and thrown away like it don't even matter, and then they move on with their lives and you're stuck. You're stuck during those years. You're still stuck 21 years later.
Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges against him and denies any wrongdoing. But lawyer Andrew Van Arsdale says the New York criminal trial is just the beginning of what will be a very long judicial process.
We have hundreds of other lawsuits being prepared to be filed. I think if he's ultimately found guilty in the federal trial, we'll see a lot more people come forward.
If he could have his time over, Phil Pines probably never would have accepted the job as Diddy's assistant. The experience led him into a deep depression. It's only now his condition is starting to improve. But he's determined to do what he can to let other survivors of abuse know they're not alone. Support is always available.
I'm getting out there and telling my story, telling my truth. There's power in it. This is like a whole huge therapy session for me because I've become so much stronger. Because it's tough. But the first step is to come forward, talk to somebody about it, get help. Sean Diddy Combs, he's one of the most charismatic individuals you'll ever meet. But there's another side to him. It's a very, very dark side. And I had to experience that for 2 years. And I'm hoping that no one else moving forward has to experience what I've experienced.
What does justice look like?
Jail time. Everyone has their day. And he has to pay for that.
Remember, if you or anyone you know is a victim of domestic violence, help is available. Call 1-800-RESPECT, which is 1-800-737-732. Hello, I'm Amelia Adams. Thanks for watching 60 Minutes Australia. Subscribe to our channel now for brand new stories and exclusive clips every week. And don't miss out on our extra minute segments and full episodes of 60 Minutes on 9now.com.au and the 9Now app.
He's a monster. He's literally a monster.
The billionaire rapper. Now facing some serious music.
This man is going to go down.
Coming up on 60 Minutes.
I saw the aftermath, the bruises, the busted lip, knots on the head.
Sean Diddy Combs accused
sex party freak-offs. They allege that Diddy filmed it.
Of shocking crimes against multiple women.
It's probably not the half of it.
And the evidence is damning. You expect to see Diddy in handcuffs?
I do. Each one of those charges carries with it a 25-year sentence.
Next. He's been known by many names over the years, from Puff Daddy to P. Diddy, even Love. But now, hip-hop megastar Sean Combs has to face the music of being called an accused rapist and sex trafficker. Much like Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein, he's at the centre of his very own Me Too reckoning. Alleged victims say for 3 decades the rapper's out-of-control debauchery meant they endured terrifying abuse. With graphic video now backing up their claims, many of them hope Sean Combs will soon be trading his obscene lifestyle for a jail cell. Sean Combs' celebrity parties were legendary, lavish affairs. Glamorous spectacles for the elite, which, for this billionaire music mogul, had also served as window dressing to his allegedly dark, sinister world, until the veil was lifted.
This is incredibly disturbing footage, so I do
Last month, this 2016 video leaked to CNN, showing Combs viciously assaulting his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a Los Angeles hotel. It's become the smoking gun for a litany of shocking lawsuits filed by Cassie and 7 other accusers, alleging years of control, abuse, rape, and sex trafficking.
Diddy hosted what he called freak-offs, sex parties so brutal that the young men and women would sometimes vomit and pass out from being drugged. They would be beaten, they would be raped. They alleged that Diddy filmed it.
Its depravity completely at odds with his glossy public persona. But some who witnessed the real Sean Combs claim it's long been an open secret.
I've kept this very quiet for 14 years. I mean, it's been a very long time. And once I saw the video, I just felt like I need to say something.
Cassie Ventura's friend and makeup artist, Myla Morales, says she saw Combs commit horrendous abuse, but was too scared to act. Seeing the security footage brought it all back and breaks her heart.
It was hard for me to watch. Like, it was so hard for me to watch. And I cried for days because I just couldn't believe that that man was physically abusing her like that. That really upset me. I could, and I just thought about the years of that. He's a monster. He's literally a monster.
Sean Combs has gone by many monikers: Puff Daddy, Diddy and Love. Not just as a rapper, but a hit-making record label boss who made or broke careers as the go-to man in hip-hop. Rumours of Diddy's bad behaviour have followed him throughout his career. How much was ignored?
I am certain that the amount of stuff that we've heard about is probably not the half of it. I imagine that there are many people who will take whatever it is that they know with them wherever they go because they believe that that was the price of participation.
Dr. A.D. Carson is a professor of hip-hop at the University of Virginia. He says the seeds of Combs' bad behaviour can be traced back to the start of his career.
I believe that Diddy has been a person who, since the very beginnings, he was always a person who was incredibly invested in his own image and curating that image in such a way that he came across to people as being the kind of person that everybody loved and everybody loved to be around. And whenever he wanted to evoke a certain kind of fear, then he was able to do that as well.
Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
And we also know that the nickname Puffy comes from this temperament that he has, that he's a kind of guy who is easily angered, and when he gets angered, then he huffs and he puffs, and so people start to call him Puffy.
When Puffy met Cassie, he was the 37-year-old powerful producer boss, and she was the aspiring, starry-eyed singer at just 19. Their relationship would eventually become intimate.
What's up, y'all? It's your friendly neighborhood international rap mogul superstar, designer extraordinaire, actor, marathon runner, father, friend. You know, I do it all, baby.
In this rarely seen video,
about me. It's my homegirl Cassie right here.
The power imbalance between the two is eerily obvious.
She's a human being. That's what we all love about her. The people that love her. The people that hate on her, they was gonna hate her anyway. You know what I'm saying? But y'all will love her one day. This bad boy, we ain't never gonna stop.
Mila Morales knew Cassie at the peak of her innocence and the start of a promising career.
Cassie, when I first met her, she was the sweetest girl. I always looked at her as like my little sister, and she was young. She was like always so sweet and such a beautiful spirit.
But Mila says there was one incident in 2010 that particularly haunts her.
We were just coming from a photo shoot, and we were in the hotel room. I fall asleep on the couch because, you know, we were just out all day. I wake up to him storming in the room and screaming, "Where is she?" They shut the door and everything just started happening. And I saw the aftermath, you know, the bruises, the busted lip, the knots on the head, and it was really bad. Like, I don't know how any man could hurt another human being that way.
Okay, people, so I'm back. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry says blessings, Edward, in chat. All right, people. So I'm here and I'm looking at all of the different chats that's going on and things, and everybody just has it glued up on the front of the everybody has their thing glued up on the front of the court building and stuff. And so I'm in this other chat room to where they're, you know, the news has the thing glued to the court building. And I'm asking the people, what did he do? What did he do? And nobody can answer that question. Nobody is answering the question, what is it that Diddy did? And I'm looking here and I'm playing back this video, you know, that they're playing right now up on 60 Minutes and things and stuff. And I'm still asking the question, what is it that Diddy did? What did Diddy do? And I've been asking the question, but still in all of the other chat rooms and stuff, nobody has ever answered the question, what is it that Diddy did? I'm trying to figure that out. I really genuinely want to know what did Diddy do? So you guys, there's the link in the chat. I want you guys to come up to the panel, and I want you guys to come and talk with me, and let's try to figure out what is it that Diddy did, because I can't seem to get an answer to that question. What is it that Diddy did? And so while we're waiting for the verdict to come and things, I'm just trying to figure out what is it that Diddy did? What did he do? Can anybody answer that question? What is it that Diddy has done? You know, we know that he is going to be sentenced, but sentenced for what? What is it that he done to be sentenced for? What did he do? That's the question, peoples. Let's get right back into it. I'll be right back.
Mila says she called a doctor friend to patch the singer up. She and Cassie were too afraid to take her to hospital, let alone go to the police. You felt like you couldn't?
No, we couldn't. You think we could have done that back then? No. Absolutely not. That would not be safe for any of us.
That's terrifying to think, Mila, that you didn't feel safe actually going to an emergency room when your friend was really badly injured.
Yeah, I mean, we're not dealing with a normal person, and the person that actually did the abuse is somebody who's powerful, and that's not something we can take lightly.
What is it about Diddy's circle that makes them so loyal? So many people, as you say, would have ignored what was going on.
I mean, to be honest with you, these are their jobs, and it's not about being loyal. It's more so this is your job. And I mean, it goes back to centuries when they're people in positions of power. What are the servants going to do?
Why'd you move to LA? Oh, for the kids, the family, the weather.
Being one of Combs' servants was even sought after. In 2008, at the height of his power, contestants competed on a television reality show to become Diddy's assistant. Susie Siegel had no experience in the entertainment industry when she signed up. Why did you want to work for Diddy?
I thought it would be something that would actually help me succeed in my career. I thought it would be something that would help me get famous. It seemed very exciting and glamorous and sexy, and all the reasons why I thought, okay, this is not where my life was headed before this, but it's an adventure and I'm gonna take a chance.
For Susie, it became a chance insight into the manic, and she says unsettling environment the music kingpin had forged, and she instantly regretted it.
A red flag was we were doing a meeting with him and he took the meeting in his silk pajamas. And you look back, talk about things not aging well. You look back at that and you're like, wait, that was on national television, on VH1, with a man, a CEO, a founder, conducting business in his PJs. Why was that okay, right? So, and those were the sort of power moves and weird, inappropriate behavior where you just felt like this person's doing everything he can to show me that I'm small and he's big. that he's got power and we don't have power. It was clear in that first moment, not a good person.
Suzanne, you ready to come make some history with me?
I'm so ready. I'm more ready than I ever been, than I ever knew I could be.
All right, congratulations.
To Susie's surprise, she was the ultimate winner of the competition. But she now questions the value of her prize to wait on Combs's every win for a short but eye-opening 6 months.
We are working for Diddy!
I never heard anybody say no to Diddy. You know, jump how high, right? I slept with my BlackBerry under my pillow. Because if he calls or wants something, and nobody said no. Nobody said no. You wanted to stay in that environment. You wanted to be around him. You wanted to hook yourself onto that train and go where it was going.
While Susie herself was spared any physical abuse at the hands of Diddy, she says she was witness to a culture of fear and yes men, with Combs's inner circle protecting him at any cost.
I mean, his squad ran deep and thick. You know, he had security, he had drivers, he had stylists, he had barbers, he had multiple EAs and PAs, and I have no idea who was his fixer, but there's no way that he was doing this alone. He was enabled. But this is, to me, it's like a Greek tragedy. It's like a Shakespearean tragedy, how this man is going to go down.
And, as you'll see, it's not just accusers, but federal agents determined to tear down Sean Combs's empire. So do you expect to see Diddy in handcuffs?
I do expect an indictment to come down.
The heinous allegations against rapper Sean Diddy Combs were for many years an open secret. Before this very public reckoning. In March, FBI and Homeland Security agents raided Combs's properties after victims filed lawsuits against him alleging horrific abuse, rape, and sex trafficking. Former federal agent Tracy Walder says it could cost Combs more than his billion-dollar empire.
In my opinion, I think that they're probably looking at RICO or racketeering charges. Each one of those charges carries with it a 25-year sentence. And those are extremely difficult cases to defend yourself against. Very difficult.
Especially if it's caught on tape. When agents ransacked Combs's two estates in Los Angeles and Miami, they were looking for video evidence of the alleged physical and sexual abuse, be it intentionally filmed or stored on security camera recordings. Wardrobes were trashed, doors ripped off hinges, while every safe, desk, drawer and dresser was meticulously emptied and searched.
Digital evidence can be very, very tiny. And so when you're looking for flash drives, cameras, those kinds of things, cameras that are recording, those kinds of things, you are going to have to start looking in walls, taking apart furniture, all of that.
And being digital can be quick to delete, right?
Which is exactly why, in my opinion, they searched the homes simultaneously at the exact same time. That was my tip-off to why this evidence was probably digital in nature.
So agents were concerned that Diddy or his associates were deleting evidence?
My guess is that they knew that there was a chance that evidence could be destroyed or was going to be destroyed, which is why they had to act when they did.
The claims detailed in a lawsuit filed by Combs's former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, triggered the raids. Her allegations are among the most damning, accusing Combs of not only assaulting her, but forcing her into sex with sex workers while he watched and filmed the depraved encounters. Lawyers for Combs say he is innocent and describe the raids as a witch hunt based on meritless accusations.
You know, I think there was a lot of fallout against Cassie herself, right? When all of this initially occurred, people were very quick to call her a gold digger or looking for money or looking for opportunity. But the reality is that she was a victim of a crime.
Combs initially also denied he had ever assaulted Cassie, but when video of that leaked, he had no option but to fess up.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it, I'm disgusted now.
Yet, to his growing list of critics, it wasn't a sign of remorse. It was Diddy in damage control.
I think Diddy knew. Obviously, we know now that he paid the hotel $50,000 to keep that video under wraps. I think Diddy knew full well that that video was out there. And what that tells me is that he is a very violent individual who really doesn't have control over his own self, over his own emotions, and quite frankly, and I'll just be very blunt, that he's a liar. I mean, he said that this video didn't exist. And I think this proves that he is not a truthful individual.
Not easy being a parent.
As federal agents build their case against Combs, the music industry hasn't been spared criticism.
Now this is what the music industry is all about.
Accusers believe its culture enabled their abuse. And for Professor of Hip Hop, A.D. Carson, it's time for the industry he's devoted his life to wake up.
I don't need Puffy as a role model. I don't need him as an icon. I don't need him as an artist. I don't need him in any of the roles that he's played over the past 40 years in pop culture. What I do need is to know that the people he harmed are going to have their lives restored in some way, that like there's going to be some recourse for them because of what he's done in their lives.
Is this the music industry's Me Too moment?
Well, one can only hope. It seems to be a similar case with, like with the Weinsteins and the Epsteins of the world, is that like, no, there's not a whole bunch of hiding. And so people are told, make sure you're not alone with the person rather than that person is an abuser, so you should avoid them. They say, well, that person is someone you need to watch yourself with.
Mila Morales is thankful Combs is finally being held to account. But she says Diddy's downfall won't erase years of pain for Cassie Ventura and other accusers. What does justice look like for those victims?
Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen to them. Because what's going to happen now? Like, where do they go from here? My own guilt made me feel crazy from my experience. And I can't even imagine what they're going through. And the only way we're going to hold him accountable is if, something is done to make him stop. And I think that what's happening now, Cassie opened up the floodgates. So hopefully, he realizes the damage he's done to so many different people and so many different families and so many different lives. Hopefully these people can move forward from this. Hopefully.
If this story has raised issues and you need to speak with someone, help is available. Call 1-800-RESPECT, which is 1-800-737-732. Hello, I'm Adam Hegarty. Thanks for watching 60 Minutes Australia. Subscribe to our channel now for brand new stories and exclusive clips every week. And don't miss out on our extra minute segments and full episodes of 60 Minutes on 9now.com.au and the 9Now app.
Okay, people, so I am back. I got to look for some more of Diddy content until we can be able to go ahead and see what's going on here. Still nothing is happening. Everything is still in limbo. They're still in court. My question is simply this, peoples. What did Diddy do? That's one question. And not only what did Diddy do, but does Diddy deserve mercy? Does Diddy deserve mercy? What did Diddy do, and does Diddy deserves mercy? And I can't get no one to answer that question. You know, what did Diddy do, and does Diddy deserve mercy? And I still can't get nobody to answer that question. So we're going to we're going to take a look at another live over here. This is over here in Dallas Fort Worth. Just taking a look at that, just to have something to show up on the screen for right now. At least we got some moving people. I'm still tuned into the live stream that I was showing earlier in front of the courthouse. But when they come out the courtroom, we're going to skip back over there. But for right now, I'm going to play this particular live stream. We just got people standing around and things. And I'm looking for a little bit more content so I can show about Sean Diddy Combs. I'm still curious. I still can't get nobody to answer my question. What is it that Diddy did? And no one is answering the question. I said, does Diddy deserve mercy? And still nobody has answered the question. So, you know, oh my God, peoples, boy, I tell you, when it comes down to this Diddy case, you know, I'm just trying to get a conversation sparked up and stuff, and still, you know, I've been going back and forth in the chat rooms and stuff, and still now everybody has kind of like, you know, died down a little bit because nobody wanted to really give their input about Diddy. And so it's funny to me, people. I mean, it's really funny to me, you know. Maybe I'm just a little too, you know. Maybe I'm just a little too, you know, and things, and they can't handle that because I went toe to toe with a few people, and so now after I didn't said what I said, man, everybody was like, because you know I had a lot of people on my corner and stuff, but then you had the hilarious and nefarious people who comes and wanted to say what they need to say, and I quickly shut them down and things, and everybody's seen how, you know, what angle I was coming from and stuff, and so it's like, wow, okay, so it's in our best interest not to say anything because this guy is on point. Okay, so what is this here? What's happening? Well, this is the United States Senate. This is not the Diddy thing. So I don't know what's going on here. Anyway, let's see. Let's transition to something else. Let's see what else we got going on here. Because I don't want to listen to the Senate sit up here and talk about the economy and all of this and that and the other and stuff. You know, I don't want to listen to all of that. I mean, you know, these people are going to do what they're going to do anyway. So let me find some more Diddy stuff. So I'm still looking. Let me find out some more Diddy stuff. I wish you guys can see the chat room. I wish I can blow up this chat room. Let me see if I can blow it up. Okay, let me reduce it down some. Okay, so you guys can see the chat room on here. So let me share this screen right here. And then you guys should be able to see the chat room. So I'm gonna type in there a little bit, and I'm gonna ask the people a few questions and stuff. So let me ask this Truth with Ruth. So I'm gonna put it full screen so you guys can see it a lot clearer. So I'm asking them a question. So I just want to try to get a conversation started with the people and stuff, trying to see what's going on here and things, see what the people have to say. But so I'm addressing an individual, not the rest of the people who was in there, because as you can see, still people are not chiming on. Nobody can tell me what Diddy did. Okay, so Sword of Wisdom said he used a level 8 warlock spell to entrap beings to do his bidding. Okay, so she's saying domestic abuse. All right, so we got a good conversation with a couple of people. Okay, he said, Sword of Wisdom said, I would say everyone is guilty of something. I said Cassie was the one who started all of this. Okay, so we got something going. We got something going. All right, just wanted to get a good group of people to get on here and talk about some things and stuff. Since everybody wants to sit back and just say, "Oh, Diddy's guilty. Diddy's guilty," but what is he guilty of, people? That's the question. What did Diddy? What is it that Diddy did that nobody else did? Because in my eyes, they're all guilty. They all did something. Cassie was the one who started all of this stuff. She was the one. So what is guilt? What is Diddy guilty of? What abuse? But what type of abuse? Because Cassie was enjoying it. Everything that Cassie did, she was enjoying it, people. So what is Diddy guilty of? She was enjoying everything that she did. Okay, people, so let me go to Word of Wisdom's channel, Sword of Wisdom's channel. I'm gonna go to his channel, Sword of Wisdom. I'm asking him to put down his channel, his channel. I just want to know what is guilty. What is Diddy guilty of? See, this is what I don't want. I don't want to have conversations with people who is just hollow. You know, they don't even have no sense of what they're saying, but they're just saying things. Okay, Sword of Wisdom 444. All right, I'll be back, y'all. Y'all hold on. Okay, see, this is how you network at Truth with Roof dash 1111. Okay, there she is at Truth with Roof. Okay, see, that's how you do it, people. That's how you network. You get people to come on and chat with you and stuff, and then y'all could do it on a news channel, but then you guys come on and connect, and you connect, and you get more people to subscribe to your channel, but yet you get more people to come and talk with you as well. So that's what you do. See, I just got 2 more subscribers. That's how you do it. That's how you network. Yeah, there's Victoria and Angel. I keep telling her, in order for you to have a handle, have a channel, be able to talk, you got to have a YouTube channel. So you got to have something. So I don't think that she understands what I'm saying, but it's okay. I'm connected with more people, so we're good. See, that's how you build peoples. You get conversations like this and stuff, and see, we're really growing USA Today's channel. A lot of people is watching, and then this is how you multifaceted with other people. So I just got 3 subscribers out of all of this just by talking to the people now. That's beautiful. So I subscribe to their channel, help them grow. They subscribe to mine, help me grow and things. So I wish my peoples would come on in and let's have a conversation and things, so then the people can see, hey, we got it going on over here and whatnot. So I'm waiting for my people to come into my chat and then on my live. And so let's have a powwow blowout conversation and things, so we can have it going on over here as well, instead of for the people to see all what's going on in the chat. I know you guys have your commentary and stuff, and I wish you guys would come on and express your views and opinions and things. This is how we grow the channel, peoples. I'm talking about my peoples. I'm talking about my moderators. I'm not talking about just the people who just come out and watch the channel. The moderators is supposed to help Edward Joseph grow the channel. And so if we're going to be inviting new people in and things, then my moderators should be up here on the panel talking with me about this case. I shouldn't be having to post a chat room conversation with other people and things. So you guys know who you are. Y'all need to be up here on the panel. Okay, so her name is Victoria and Angel 2024. All right, people. So what we're going to do is we're going to get off this this little chat thing that I was on, and I'm going to go ahead and show a little bit more content and things until the verdict is in. So let me go ahead and take a look and see what I can show in the meantime, in between time, while we are waiting for the verdict to come in. Thank you to all of my new subscribers and things, for all of the people who was in the other chat. Thank you so much. We're going to transition right quick here, and we're going to take a look and see a few little different things right here. So let's take a look at this right here. So we're going to show this little clip that the news has did right now.
We're following the breaking news as music mogul and convicted felon Sean Diddy Combs is back in court right now for sentencing. We're expecting to hear from witnesses from the trial, some of Diddy's children, and even Diddy himself. He's asking the judge for mercy, and his lawyers claim he's a new man. The prosecutors are pointing to decades of abuse as cause for him to stay behind bars for a long time. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kayleigh McEnany here with my co-host, Harris Faulkner. Also joining us, Fox News senior correspondent Alicia Acuna. For the first time on the couch, we're excited to have her, and what a day, criminal defense attorney and Fox News contributor Donna Rotuno, and co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend, Griff Jenkins. Now, Diddy's legal team is asking for the judge to sentence him to time served, arguing he's learned his lesson. They've submitted dozens of letters of support from friends and family and released this 11-minute video that they plan to show in court today.
My nose fell off. No, my lip fell off.
Thank you. You wear it?
You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
Diddy also wrote an emotional letter to the judge yesterday, claiming he's been humbled, adding, quote, "I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all of the hurt and pain that I have caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself." Donna, this is very interesting to me. Remorse is a key part of this. And I want to read to you, we have all this incoming from the courtroom minute by minute from our producers. And one of the things the prosecutor said is they said this: look, he could get a maximum sentence of 20 years. Probation recommends 60 months. The government's asking for 11. So they're asking, somewhere middle of the road.
Okay, so we're going to stop sharing this because I pretty much don't like Fox News, to be honest with you. So we're going to share something different. Let's go ahead and share something a little different here. See what's going on. I don't like that Fox News. So Fox used to be on hit at one point, but now I pretty much don't like them. So let's take a look at something else and see what's going on here, peoples. So here, let me do this. Let me go back to Let me go to YouTube. Now we're going to go home and we're going to go Diddy. So there's nothing. Everybody's still waiting. Everybody's still waiting and things. Let's see if we can get a little bit of commentary from some other people. See what's going on here. See, everybody's still waiting. Not really much going on. Everybody's still waiting. I want to go back to some of the old videos. See, these people got it going on. They got it going on. They got their little people coming onto their live and talking and things and stuff. So, and then, but everybody's still waiting. Everybody's still waiting and things. So let's see here. Let's see about the news. So everybody's still waiting. Still waiting, still waiting. So I want to go back to some old commentary, some old things that was happening and stuff. And things. Let's see. Okay, so let's do this then here. Let's go Diddy. Let's go back to some old things that was going on. Just have a little bit of stuff going on till they come on. Let's see here. Let's take a look and see what's going on here. What the people got going. Let's go back to some old sayings, what his attorney had said prior to all of this, then just do a little recap. So let's hit this one up right here.
Imagine the possibilities
We're
of
gonna
You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word, and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough. They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely innocent of, and all of the components to it. The kidnapping, he was innocent of that. The arson, he was innocent of that. The obstructing justice, he was innocent of that. And that is no longer just me saying that. That is the verdict of our jury. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs and our legal team. And I want to say one thing. There are very few people around whom a legal team could coalesce and become one. And Sean Combs is that person, and we are all blessed to be part of it. And I am now done speaking to you, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Garagos.
All right, I first want to thank my client, Sean Combs, for trusting us, myself and everybody here, this incredible dream team that he put together. Without him, we would not have been able to do this. He is incredible, and I want to thank him. I want to thank the jury for putting such great care into this case. They came early every single day, and I want to thank them, as I said in my opening, standing between all of us and the drastic consequences of the criminal convictions of sex trafficking, and RICO is a jury of our peers. And I thank them. I want to thank the judge, and I want to thank, despite the terrible conditions at the MDC, I want to thank the good people who worked there, who ensured that we had sufficient amount of time to prepare for trial. It is extremely difficult to prepare for a federal case in the conditions at the MDC, and they did everything they could to make that happen. I want to thank them. I also have been saying this since the beginning of this case. Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been saying this for months. We've said it with each lawsuit that came out, and today that was proven true. The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. I ask that for every time you guys see a civil lawsuit, criminal complaints or criminal indictments, you actually take a look and analyze these and see whether or not these are actually going to stand up in a court of law, because today they did not. He has not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today. Thank you. I am now going to pass this over to Mr. Steele.
Good evening. Good evening. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen to my right and my left. There is not a better group of honest and ethical, hardworking, and zealous lawyers, and I especially wish to thank Mark and Tenny for allowing me and everyone else to come together. On behalf of my family, myself, I wish to thank you all for being here and writing truthfully about a man wrongly charged with most of the crimes, and that we all must remember that allegations are nothing. And I'd like to thank Sean for letting me be here. Thank you all. God bless you.
What did your client want to say when he reached his
Thankfully, in our country, we have a right to a jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He actually battled for his freedom, for his innocence. He did it. And a lot of times, you know, people are too afraid to do it. And he did it, and we're so happy that he did. We're proud of him. We are completely honored that he put his faith and his trust in us to fight for him. Today is a major win to show what the system can do. We appreciate and we're so thankful to the jury. Thank you to the court. Thank you, New York. It's been a pleasure being here and fighting in your district. Thank you so much. And listen, we appreciate the media. We do. There was a lot of reporting on the accusations. There was a lot of reporting on the indictment. Please report just as vigorously on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, people. So now this is the time to when I really express my disgust and my disdain with every last one of my moderators. We got new people coming and joining the channel. You guys should be up here. You guys should be on the panel. You guys should be expressing what you feel or think about the Diddy case. Now, you guys can do the lives on the private chat, in our private chat that we do, and we can be on the phone all night long talking about everything. This is the whole purpose of you all being moderators and things, to help support the channel. I don't understand it. I shouldn't have to nod and prod, and I shouldn't have to beg for all of my moderators to be on the panel to talk about this case. Why in the hell is all of you sitting back in the chat when you should be up on here on the panel talking? We can never grow the channel if all of you just sit back and talk your talk. You need to stop talking the talk and walk the walk, and bring your tails up here and get on the panel and talk. It is a total disgrace to be a moderator talk all of your shit and stuff, but then you sit in the goddamn chat. Sitting in the goddamn chat is not being on the live. And y'all talking all of this shit about Diddy and this and that and the other. You should have your asses up here on the live and helping me grow this goddamn channel. That is the whole purpose. I'm not talking about the Kanika Jenkins case. I'm talking about the Diddy case. And I know every last one of you got a goddamn word to say about this case. So where the fuck is all of my moderators? But Randall, you're going to work soon, but you're not at work. You're still here and you're still in the chat. You could have been up on this live for however long that you've been in the chat. And you could have been talking. You could have been giving your voice as to what was going on in the Diddy case and things. I'm not asking you guys to run a live. I'm not asking you guys to give a whole goddamn narrative. I'm just asking for a goddamn conversation so the people can see that we're unified and that we're amplified and that we're bringing awareness to this case. This is one of the most important cases that we have seen in a long time. And I got all of my goddamn moderators sitting down in the goddamn chat when you guys should be up here on the panel and talking. Y'all talk behind the scenes and talk in the private chat. Why the fuck can you guys get up here on the channel and talk? It's crazy to me.
So, first of all, I want to thank this wonderful team behind me. I am so happy that they allowed me to join it. I would like to say that I've done a lot of trials, but this is probably the most special one to me. And most important, I want everyone to know the job is not done yet. We're not finished. The job is not done yet. And so I want to, again, thank Mark, Tenny, and the rest of these wonderful lawyers behind us. They did a fantastic job. And like those before me have said, our system, the jury system, is important. We need good people to serve on juries. We need good people to come and say a person is not guilty. Take that courage to do that. It's okay. We want you to serve on juries. This particular jury was a special jury. It was fantastic. It listened. It paid attention. It put the nonsense to the side. It put the distraction to the side and came to a lawfully good, just conclusion. Juries are important. Juries are important. But more important than that, I think, is people wanting to be on juries.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to.
So for all of you all listening, for all you out there in the public, please accept the call, become a juror, and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It is such a privilege to be a part of this legal team, this amazing legal team, and to represent Sean Combs. And this is a reminder to everyone, I hope, about the flaws in the criminal justice system, and for everyone to take a second look when the government charges people with crimes, and especially when the Southern District of New York does here. And so I hope everyone takes that seriously. And we take this as an enormous victory and win. This is a huge win. He was acquitted of sex trafficking, acquitted of RICO conspiracy, and he will be able to sleep well at night knowing that. Okay, thank you to everyone. I appreciate you.
Jason. You guys, can any of you
share what
Jason?
Awesome. Get up there.
Well, I want to start just by thanking my family and the families of each of the lawyers here for giving us the space and the time to serve Sean and to fight for Sean. I want to thank the court for giving us a fair fight. And you see what happens when you have a good defense team come together in front of a court that gives the defense team a fair fight. And finally, I just want to thank Sean for giving me the honor and the privilege of serving him. Thank you.
I feel like there's not a lot more that I can say because of these wonderful people have really said all there is to say, but I do want to thank Sean for the privilege of this opportunity to help him clear his name after all, with the Southern District coming after him, guns blazing. It really is a testament to the fact that when you get a fair trial and a jury of your peers listens to the evidence, they will do the right thing. And I just want to say again how proud I am to be part of this team and to have helped Sean get a just verdict.
Are you going to repeal the Manning conviction? Guys, can anyone share what Mr. Combs wanted to say in court when he raised his hand during the bail hearing? Does anyone know? No.
Can you talk about the bail decision and the judge using defense's own
So
words during trial about violence?
I'm not going to talk about the bail decision because it's still a pending unresolved matter. And I don't think we're going to take any more questions. I want to thank you all. You guys have been so diligent and dedicated. I pass you guys in the rain. I walk by you in the sun, and you're all out here every day. I just want to thank you. But I don't think we're going to take any questions.
Can you take us through the ups and downs of the day, though? Because Mr. Combs got acquittals on the major charges. Maybe thought he could go home tonight, and then was told he couldn't.
So a lot of these things are still in process. I mean, the one thing I'm going to leave you with this. We are not nearly done fighting. We are just getting started. To win this and to defeat the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York takes effort from beginning to end. Today was a major step in the right direction, but we fight on and we're going to win and we're not going to stop until he walks out of prison a free man to his family. Thank you all for coming.
The secret to our deodorant is sand. We got a crazy message from a customer named Mina. Here it is.
All right, peoples. Let's go back to the channel to see what's happening here. See if we can go back to where we were. So let's go ahead and share this tab. I'm gonna go and take it home. And then we're gonna go back and we're gonna take a look at the Diddy thing and see where we are.
Got a screenplay in your head, but not on paper?
We're still there. So we're still waiting, people. We're still waiting. So we're going to go back to this channel that I was on. Then we're going to come back to this. So let's go back and look at what they're typing in the chat. K-Sweet. K-Sweet. I don't hear your sound. You got to turn on your mic. All right, K-Sweet, just talk when you turn on your mic, Mel. I'm gonna go back onto the other channel. Okay, it looks like they're getting ready to start because they're turning on the mics. K-Sweet. Your mic is still not on, Mel. So I guess something is happening because it's 128. So it should be 428 out there. So I see the people messing with the mic. So something is about to happen. But we're gonna turn over to it once it does. But we're just sitting over here for right now into this chat room. I'm chalking it up. So more police officers is coming out, but I'm gonna leave it up on this chat for right now until something happens outside the courtroom. All right, peoples, we got more people coming on in and subscribing to the channel. I'm inviting everybody to come on over and stuff. Mr. Tyrone, he's going to come over once the verdict has been reached, and I'm going to give him the platform so he can be able to come and talk about his situation, which is really good. This is what networking is all about, peoples. We got to learn to come together, and we got to learn to help each other out in things and stuff. And so I'm glad that I did have the wherewithal to come on a different channel and speak with the people and things and stuff. You know, this is what it's all about. So I'm going to transition. Going to transition once this gets started, but we're still here and we're still looking at the chat right now. So I'll transition over once we get some movement or something and things. But I greatly appreciate the people for coming on in. But in the meantime, in the between time, peoples, I'm looking for another video that we can be able to look at and things and can be able to watch while we're waiting for the verdict to be handed down. So let me go and let me look at a Diddy video and see, you know, what's what. See all of the different things that's going on not really so much particular about listening to all of the other commentators and things and stuff, but let's take a look at here. Okay, so we have a live live coverage going on. So we're going to take a look at this right now, people, and see what they have to say until they get started. So let's take a look at this.
History of good works can't wash away the record of this case. Evidence shows he abused and controlled women in his life. And we did see that video. The jury was shown that video of Combs beating up his then girlfriend Cassie in a LA hotel hallway. The judge told Combs, I was sitting right here for the testimony from Cassie Ventura and from another former girlfriend who went by the pseudonym Jane. We read about it in text messages and emails. We saw it in images of gashes, other injuries, broken doors, and video of that Cassie beating. The evidence of abuse with respect to freak-offs and hotel nights is massive, the judge said. Now, this is happening behind me in the federal court, and we have reporters inside who are sending out messages to me, letting me know what's happening. One of our reporters said that the judge rejects the defense's argument that this was the byproduct of consensual sexual conduct and a rock and roll lifestyle. So Diddy's lawyers had said that two things. One, what he did in the privacy of his own bedroom, of his own home, was no one's business. They had said that the government was trying to police what he did in private. The judge said to Combs, why did it happen so long? Because you have the power and the resources to keep it going, and because you weren't caught. Now, you may recall that Cassie had said that she was abused by Combs, but it wasn't until that video came out showing him kicking her and beating her in the hallway of the hotel that everybody knew, and Combs apologized for that and took responsibility. The judge adding that, Mr. Combs, you have the power and the resources to keep it going, and because you weren't caught, you paid for and organized these acts. You were no John. You were responsible for that, even if your currency was sexual desires and not money. Now, Combs' lawyers had argued that these shouldn't be prostitution-related charges because the women were not being paid. The judge is bringing up Combs' persistent violence, focusing part of his remarks on his assault on Jane, the other former girlfriend who testified, and that was just last year after he knew he was under federal investigation. The judge says a lengthy sentence is needed for deterrence, unconvinced that if Mr. Combs is released, that these crimes won't happen again. The judge is casting doubt on Combs' pledges not to repeat his behavior, noting that even after Cassie's lawsuit, after the searches of Combs' homes, after the Cassie video emerged, that after Combs issued an apology for it, he still brutally forced Jane into a hotel night with a male sex worker, according to her testimony. Now, as I said, Combs had a chance to address the court, and he basically said to the judge what was in his 4-page letter to the judge yesterday, that he's a changed man, that he's sorry, that he realizes that sorry just doesn't cut it, but that he is sorry, that he plans to never be back in criminal court again, that he deserves to get off with time served. He spent 13 months in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. And some of the other things that Combs said to the judge is that to prove he's a changed man, he taught a class in prison for other prisoners. He taught a class at the MDC jail for other inmates on life skills. One of the things that did emerge today is that Combs has a speaking engagement planned for next week. And the prosecution said to the judge that how can he have a speaking engagement when we expect him to do jail time? He's not even out yet, and he's planning speaking engagements in Miami and in other cities. Now let's take a look at what's going on in front of the court. If we can just push in over my shoulder here, a big crowd of people, many of them supporters. They've been here all day. Every once in a while, a cheer goes up. But they're also waiting for the judge to hand down his sentencing. Now the judge has said, according to our reporters in the courtroom, the sentence that the government proposes, 135 months, is more than necessary. Court agrees that a serious sentence is warranted, but 135 months is more than necessary. So Combs is sitting with his hands collapsed at his lap as the judge speaks. He's paying attention to what the judge is saying. Combs has been an active participant in his trial the whole time. He's got a lot of lawyers, and he was consistently whispering with them throughout his entire trial. He was consistently writing notes down. So now the defense is proposed. Now the judge is saying that now the judge says that the defense's proposal of a 14-month sentence would not be sufficient. Okay, so Combs and his lawyers wanted 14 months. The judge says that would not be sufficient. The prosecution wanted 135 months, and the judge said that's more than necessary. Now, sentencing guidelines, it was suggested 70 months, so let's see what the judge says. So right now the judge is saying that the prosecution's recommendation didn't factor in mitigating factors, and the defense recommendation didn't factor in aggravating factors. So the judge is taking all of this into account. And remember, Sean Diddy Combs was found guilty in July on 2 counts of the Mann Act. That's a prostitution-related charge for flying his ex-girlfriends around along with male escorts to engage in sex. The judge says the facts and the circumstances of this case are unique. Sentence 50 months. 50 months. The judge is giving Sean Diddy Combs 50 months in prison. Now, we spoke to a legal expert earlier who said that his team is sure to appeal this. But the judge has sentenced Sean Diddy Combs to 50 months. That's 4 years and 2 months, so just over 4 years in prison. Now, he's already served 13 months in jail. We'll have to see how that factors in. Again, Sean Diddy Combs and his lawyers had asked for 14 months. They expected him to be out and a free man and back home with his family and on a speaking tour. The prosecution asked for a lot more. They wanted 135 months, which is basically 11 years in prison. The judge said that was too much. So Sean Diddy Combs, 4 years and 2 months, sentenced to 4 years and 2 months by the judge for the prostitution-related charges that he was found guilty of. He was acquitted of the charge of racketeering. He was acquitted of the charge of sex trafficking. Those would have carried a maximum, or could have carried a maximum life in prison. Instead, according to the judge, he is sentenced to 4 years and 2 months in prison. The judge said, this is hard time in prison, away from your family, friends, and community, but you will have a life afterward. Let me repeat that, that quote from the judge. This is hard time in prison, away from your family, friends, and community, but you will have a life afterward. Combs is 55 years old. 4 years, he'll be 59. We're going to have more on the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs, more on what went on in the courtroom. We have reporters there now. They're wrapping up inside. The judge is still speaking. I imagine that Combs and his family are not happy with this sentencing. And we're going to have more, so stay with apnews.com and the AP News app to get the latest on the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
Well, peoples, he's got 4 years, 2 months. Like I had said that he was going to get at least 5 years, but it turned out to be 4 years, 2 months. Sean Diddy Combs has been given 4 years, 2 months. That is a split. That is a split. 4 years, 2 months. Let's talk about it, peoples. 4 years, 2 months. So, Diddy should know that he wasn't going home. And he should be very happy that he's not getting 20 years like Tisa Tells and Ticket TV wanted him to do. But I said that he was going to get at least 5 years, at least. But he's got less than 5 years. He's got about 4 years, 2 months. Just like I said, peoples. Just like I said. And so there you have it right there, peoples. There you have it right there. 50 months, 4 years, 2 months. And so it still gives him a lot of time. It gives him a lot of time to think about it and whatnot. They can appeal it as much as they want to, but he deserved something. and he got what he deserved. He got what he's deserved. He's not going home. He's going to spend some time in jail, and that's what it is. And so I bet you now, I bet you even more so now that he won't be doing the various things that he's been doing. But let this be a lesson to all of the people who had end up doing all of this stuff behind him. They're going to get theirs as well because they're coming down the line. They're coming down the line, people's man. I mean, the judge had literally ruled. The judge had literally ruled. Judge gave him 4 years, 2 months. The judge had literally ruled, peoples. Now, for those people, Clyde Davis and all of those other big wigs and stuff, they better to be on aware because it is about to go down, peoples. I said it is about to go down. All of these people in Hollywood who has been doing this deviant, devilish, and demonic madness and things, well, then let that be a warning to you because they're coming. They're coming for you. They are coming for you. And they're not going to stop until they get you as well. And so for the Ticket TV and Tisa Tells and all of you suckers and stuff, well, he's got 4 years, 2 months. So now you can shut your mouth. As you always say, you can shut your mouth because you sat up here for all of this time thinking that this man was going to get 10 years or more and stuff. I knew he wasn't going to get no 10 years. People, you cannot sit back and listen to all of this madness of what these people, these YouTubers, are saying because what they say and what they think is not law. And the judge definitely wasn't going to listen to this madness of what they said because, see, they just wanted to vilify Diddy for the things that he did. But see, the judge was smart because the judge knew that it wasn't only Diddy, but everybody else had participated in the madness. Everybody participated in the madness. And this is why Diddy got the sentence that he did. And he should be eternally grateful and thankful. You know, so now let him sit down, let him cool his heels a little bit, let him think about the various things that he has done, and then let him come out being a changed man. Let him do that, you know. Let him do that. Hello, Victoria Angel. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Victoria, come on up here and come on to the live and come on and talk with me. Peoples, this is Victoria and Angel. I had met her on the other channel and things, and you know, we were conversing and stuff, and I want her to come on up. Come on up, Victoria. Victoria says, gotcha. Now, Victoria, didn't I say on the other channel that I'm showing now where I met you from that Diddy wasn't going to get no more than 5 years? But now look what the judge had did. The judge had gave him 4 years and 2 months. That's what the judge gave him. 4 years and 2 months. Come on and hit that link and come on up to the channel and talk with me. I'm waiting for the other peoples to come on in and talk with me. But Victoria, didn't I tell you? I told you that Diddy wasn't going to get no more than 5 years. Victoria had said, yep, you sure did. I told you, peoples. Because see, the thing is, I said that this is his first offense. And then I kept asking the question, what did Diddy do? What did he do, peoples? You know, what did Diddy do? If we really think about it, what did he do? Because y'all sit here and y'all talked about, oh, what Diddy had beat up Cassie and Diddy did this, Diddy did that. But if you really listen to the testimony and really look at what was all presented, Cassie was the one who had called these sex workers up. Cassie was the one who facilitated all of this stuff. And then all of the other people around Diddy, everybody was subservient to that of what his will was. So everybody was complicit to the various things that he had going on. But see, the thing is that Diddy was a father, still is. And if you looked at the video that I have seen earlier today, Diddy was a good father to his children. Now, what he did upon his personal life, as far as his bedrooms, that's his concern. And if the people had seen some things, why didn't they say anything? Why didn't the people come out and go and say something? Why did they wait until now? See, they thought that they were just going to put the hammer in the coffin and stuff, but it didn't work that way. It didn't work that way because, see, the judge was smart. The judge had said, hey, these people are guilty just as well as Diddy. They're guilty. And they're guilty as sin. And if they were to be tried, they will be convicted too. Because everybody is convicted, peoples. Now, you had the little young lady who sat on his lap and things back in the day. Y'all remember, y'all seen that video and stuff. Y'all just thought, oh, well, she was a minor at the time. But see, peoples, the thing is, and this is what you guys need to realize and understand, if that was really going to be something to a degree that was going to literally hinder him, well, then that would have been something to when the judge would have really considered. But that didn't happen. Victoria said, laughing out loud, I never said how much time he would get. Oh, but Edward Joseph did. Edward Joseph caught that out. I said he's not getting no more than 5 years. 5 years max, period. And everybody was saying, no, he's going to get 10 years. He's going to get 15 years. He's going to get 20 years. But that wasn't the case. The thing is, Victoria, this was Diddy's first. This was Diddy's first. This was Diddy's first conviction. This was his first conviction. So there was no way that Diddy was getting 20 years, 15 years, or even 10 years. It wasn't no way, no way whatsoever. And then the judge understood that Diddy wasn't the only one who did things. No, I'm not saying that you said it. I'm talking about these other YouTubers that I watch. Because these other YouTubers that I watch, they, Ticket TV and Tisa Tells, they were the ones who said, oh yeah, Diddy's going to get 20 years and he's going to get 15 years. And the prosecutor is asking for 10 years and stuff. I said, it ain't no way that he's getting all of that time. It's absolutely no way that Diddy is going to get all of that time. No way. And so there you have it, peoples. Diddy, Sean Diddy Combs, has literally gotten less than 5 years, less than what I said that he was going to get. Yep, he got less than what I said he was going to get, people. So there you have it, peoples. There you have it. Yeah. I said that Diddy was going to get 5 years, but the judge gave him less than what I thought that he was going to get. Ain't that something? Oh my God, ain't that something, Victoria? Victoria said, you have to listen and pay attention, and you did. Victoria, that's why I try to tell all of my peoples. That's why I try to tell all of my peoples. I said, you got to listen to the evidence. You got to listen to what is being presented. See, I don't look at Hollywood and I don't listen to Hollywood. I look at what's being presented, and then I go and I give my wholesome thoughts and views as to the way that I see it. See, I can't give into all of the salacious madness and stuff because everybody did something in their lives, you know. But everybody deserves grace and everybody deserves mercy. You know? Now, if God never renders grace and mercy, well, then we'll be up shit creek without a paddle. But see, the thing is, Victoria, I look at what was stated in the evidence. I look at what was stated in the evidence. And then I go ahead and I make a good, wholesome, and reasonable synopsis as to what I feel would be appropriate. And that's what I felt that was appropriate. 5 years. No more than that. And no less than that. He needed some time to cool his heels. He needed some time to reflect upon the various things that he did. Now, I know within my hearts of heart, Diddy is sorry. He's truly sorry for what he did. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He is truly sorry. He is truly remorseful. But it doesn't negate the fact that he had his part as well as everybody else. Now, Victoria, watch what I say. There's going to be more people who's going to be convicted. More people, because Diddy got convicted, all of those other CEOs and higher ups and things, now it's coming down. Because now, see, Diddy was redeemed. I said he was redeemed because for the simple fact that Diddy didn't get life. So God had gave him mercy upon that. But the Lord had said in his word, he said, be not deceived, for God is not mocked. Whatso a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And Diddy is reaping the various things that he has sown. Come on to the panel, my friend. Come on to the panel and come talk with me. You are welcome in the chat. Just keep it real and 100. But come on to the panel and come talk with me. Peoples, the Bible teaches us. The Bible says, "Be not deceived, for God is not mocked. Whatso a man soweth, that shall he also reap." Diddy did his part. Diddy beat Cassie. Diddy beat other people. Diddy had SEX with all of these people. Diddy had did this and Diddy had did that. But yet and still, it wasn't all Diddy. It wasn't all Diddy. You can't blame Diddy for everything because these people was complicit and they was complacent. And they were the ones who had literally put themselves out there. They're the ones who put themselves out there. All right, peoples, let's go. Okay, here it is right here.
Reporter in the courthouse with Diddy.
There it is right there.
That's right. Our colleague Larry Neumeister is in the courtroom. Was in the courtroom as sentencing was unfolding. I was watching on a monitor from the press room so that I could give you the updates right as it was happening. And yeah, this sentencing was the culmination of a long day in court for Sean Combs and also a long day in court for everyone involved in this case. While we did not hear from the victims, the accusers, Cassie, Jane, and other folks in court today, they did write letters. They did express to the judge their interest in not seeing leniency for Sean Combs. And in the end, Judge Arun Subramanian, he found that while prosecutors were asking for too much, they wanted 11 plus years, that there needed to be a significant sentence to punish Sean Combs for crimes that involved violence, that he said involved coercion, and also for the totality of what he said was 15 years of conduct. The judge acknowledged that, yes, the jury in this case had a split verdict, that the jury convicted Combs of 2 counts of prostitution-related offenses, but acquitted him of the more serious charges, sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, those counts that could have put him in prison for the rest of his life. However, the judge said that he was sitting there in court listening to Cassie testify, listening to Jane testify, and that he had to consider the behavior and the totality of Combs's character as he sentenced him, and concluded that 4 years and 2 months, 50 months in total, was the appropriate sentence. Now, that said, Combs has been in jail since his arrest last year. He's been in jail for more than a year, so that means he could be released in about 3 years when he's 58 or 59 years old.
Right. So he did spend 13 months at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. So that counts towards his sentence of 4 years and 2 months. And then after he's let out of prison, he will be on a 5-year supervised release program. And the judge also asking his attorneys, where does he want to go to prison? And his attorney's saying, I'll have to get back to you on Monday about that. Is that typical where you get a choice of where to go?
Not a specific choice, but judges can make recommendations about where in the country a person could be incarcerated. The ultimate determination is made by the federal prison system, the Federal Bureau of Prisons. But since Combs has his home in the Miami area, the judge could recommend a prison within the state of Florida or within the Southeast. The Bureau of Prisons typically will put people in institutions that are within 500 miles or so of their address to make it easier for family to visit, for friends to visit. That said, sometimes due to the conditions of a particular inmate, the needs that they have, they might not get those accommodations, that proximity to home. But we'll see what the defense asks for on Monday as it relates to where Combs will be serving this time. For the time being, he will be going back to the jail in Brooklyn, the Metropolitan Detention Center, and he will be going to prison for at least the next 3 years. Again, because of that time served, he will not be free. His lawyers had asked for 14 months, which essentially would mean he would be immediately released from incarceration or released within a few weeks once his time was completely served. There was an interesting wrinkle in the proceeding today where a prosecutor noted that Sean Combs has already lined up speaking engagements or teaching engagements, 7 of them through the remainder of October in the Miami area to impart wisdom that he says he's learned while incarcerated. Prosecutor said that was the epitome of hubris, and his lawyer said that was not their intent. They simply wanted to demonstrate to the court that Sean Combs has things lined up, things to do, and that he wants to take a positive message out of his experience with the justice system. However, given this sentence, he's going to have to cancel those appointments for the time being, but at the MDC, at the jail where he is in New York City, he has been teaching a class to other inmates called Free Game with Diddy, and he may be continuing that now at whatever institution he ends up at.
So to recap, okay, the prosecution wanted him to spend 11 years in prison. The defense, his lawyers, wanted him out basically immediately. They were asking for 14 months, and they had booked speaking engagements for him. But the judge kind of split the difference. I mean, giving him 4 years and 2 months, somewhat of splitting the difference. I mean, the judge had said that, I don't take this lightly. You have to pay for your crimes, basically. I mean, you were convicted by a jury of your peers, and, you were convicted of prostitution-related charges. You're not just going home with your family. You're going to go to prison, and you're going to do, in the judge's words, am I quoting him right? Hard time. You're going to do hard time, but you're going to come out and you'll be a better man for it. And he's 55 now. If he's there for 3 more years, he'll be 58, 59, depending on when his birthday is. So he will miss a lot of birthdays of his children, a lot of special occasions of his children. He's got a 2-year-old. He'll miss a significant amount of her life. But the judge said, you will come out and you will still have a life.
Yeah, and I think there's an interesting, several interesting things about how the judge arrived at this sentence. Judge Arun Subramanian seemed very moved by the testimony of the women who were in court on the witness stand. Cassie, the R&B singer, Cassandra Ventura, the former longtime girlfriend of Sean Combs. and a woman named Jane who also testified. There was another woman named Mia who was a personal assistant who was going to appear in court today and make a statement, but decided not to, in part because she said she felt intimidated by the defense team. He factored all of that in, and he went through a whole litany of things that he considered as he arrived at this sentence. He said he factored in comments that were made in court today by 6 of Sean Combs' 7 children. You mentioned the 2-year-old daughter. She, of course, did not speak. He factored in letters that he received from people in favor of leniency and people opposed to it. And he also factored in how other cases, similar cases, have been sentenced, what other defendants in this similar circumstance have received. However, he noted this is a very unique case with a very unique defendant, and he had to also factor in other things regarding the things he heard in this trial, in this case. Now, he noted that his sentence of 50 months, or 4 years and 2 months, is less than what was recommended by the probation department. In every criminal case in federal court, the probation department prepares a pre-sentence investigation report, and that helps guide the judge on where to arrive at a particular sentence. In this case, the judge said his sentence that he imposed was 10 months less than what probation officials had arrived at, and even less than what the federal sentencing guidelines would suggest for a case like this. Now, prosecutors, again, they wanted much more time. They wanted 11 years and 3 months. They pointed to some of the very same factors that the judge did in him imposing his sentence, including the violence, including the domestic abuse, and including the power and control that Sean Combs had over the women who ultimately came and testified against him. And one final note, as he was concluding the sentencing hearing today, which went on all day in federal court, Judge Arun Subramanian praised Cassie, praised Jane, and praised the other women who came forward to tell their stories. He said that these were horrific stories, but stories of courage, because they came forward to stand up to a very powerful person. And they not only told that story to the 12 jurors in the courtroom, but also, he said, to millions of women around the world who might be suffering in silence in their own cases of domestic abuse.
So after a long day in court, proceedings started at 10 a.m., Sean Diddy Combs learns his sentence at the end of the day. The judge giving him 4 years and 2 months in prison. The judge saying he's sentencing him to hard time. And also the judge, imposing a fine, I believe, a $500,000 fine. And then, Combs has already served, as we said, 13 months in jail in Brooklyn. That'll be taken into account. So that'll be part of the 4 years. So it'll actually be out in 3 years when he's about 58, 59. The judge telling him, you have a life after.
And just one more quick point. This is not the end of the road. This is not the end of the case. Sean Combs can appeal the verdict, can appeal his conviction, and his lawyers have said they will do so. They have 14 days to file a notice of appeal with the Second Circuit Court of Appeals right here in Manhattan.
Thank you for joining us. This is AP News, live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. 4 years and 2 months is what the judge handed down. For more, go to our apnews.com website or go to we have an app, an AP News app, and if you like what you're hearing here, if you like getting news from us, we have reporters on the ground in court all over the world. So please consider donating to AP News.
Good job, guys.
Okay, people, so I'm back up on the chat that I was on and things. I had said that now Diddy will learn from his crime and still will be on probation after his sentence. He'll learn from his crime, peoples, but he will still be up on probation. So still, for a good period of time, he's going to have to be a good boy, and he can't get into trouble. He can't do the things that he wanted or used to do and stuff. So these are the things that the people need to understand. Victoria had said, and what will go good for him is he's doing something positive while he is serving his time. Yep. Remember what they said, that he is in there and he is teaching classes and he's teaching the people how to be entrepreneurs. So he is serving his time well, and he's helping the people go ahead and do some things that, you know, they need to do. And that's what it is, peoples. That's what it is. And so this is what I've been trying to tell the people for the longest time. See, now I want Ticket TV and Tisa Tells to come on and tell me something, because now I know that they look very stupid. I said, I know they look very stupid, peoples. And not to try to put anybody down, but see, the thing is that they talk so much shit. They talk so much shit. Oh, yeah, they got on there and they ranting and raved forever and a day. They, you know, did all of this salacious madness and things and stuff. But then I'm sitting up here and I'm kind of like, well, the boy ain't going to get that much time, because they didn't hear what I heard. I heard them talk about Cassie, and they wanted to make a big deal about Cassie. I heard them talk about all of these other people, and they wanted to make a big deal about that. But at the end of the day, people, you got to listen to what they said and what they shown. This ain't the first time that a woman got beaten down by a man, and it ain't the first time that a man got beaten down by a woman. It ain't the first time, peoples. But just because it's Diddy, now everybody wants to bring, you know, I mean, really wants to ramp this thing up to the third power. But why? Why? What did Diddy do? That was the question that I had for the people. What did Diddy do? But see, I couldn't get nobody to answer that question. What did Diddy do? And nobody could answer that question. So Diddy had sex in his own bedroom. Diddy had sex at a hotel. You know, Diddy did all of these things, but it wasn't only Diddy. It was the other people who chose to do what they wanted to do. So remember, peoples, it wasn't minors. It was adults who had did to do. And all of this stuff wasn't no reflection upon his kids, because if you looked at the video that I saw, his kids, you know, turned out to be very nice, well-mannered kids. They tried to destroy this man and they couldn't. And now the government is coming after them. Watch my words, peoples. The government is coming after all of those people who tried to destroy this man. Why? Because they was a part of it. They tried to give him life. They didn't give him life. They tried to give him 20 years. They didn't give him 20 years. They tried to give him 10 years. They didn't give him 10 years. They tried to give him 7 years. They didn't give him 7 years. I said that they were going to give him 5. But then the judge says, no, Edward Joseph. I'm giving him lesser time than that. I'm giving him 4 years and 2 months. And then with the time served, all he's going to do is about 2 to 3 years, peoples, and then he's going to be out. He's going to be with his family. He's going to be on probation, and he's going to learn. He's going to learn. But they said that more charges is coming. So now if he's get convicted upon anything else, well then, yeah, he's going to be looking at some serious time, because now he is a convicted felon. So he's going to be looking at more time. So now, do you think that the government is going to stop right here and there? No, they're not. They're not. Do you think all of these civil suits is going to stop right here and there because he's got convicted? No, it's not. All of it is going to continue. And guess what's going to happen, peoples? little by little by little by little by little over the years is all going to be draining the swamp. It's going to be draining his pocketbook. Going to be draining his pocketbook. Now, if you lose any more endorsements and things, he's going to be in jail broke. So he better hope that, you know, the people who he has in place running his business right now can stay in place and they don't get convicted. Because see, now they got the head, they got the snake's head. They got him. He's the head. Do you understand what I'm saying? So since they got the snake's head, peoples, now they're going to start going after the tail. And the tail may not get no bail. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I said the tail may not get no bail. And so it's going to be all bad for those people. For all of the people who's up and coming that came under Diddy and things, all of those people who was there, who saw all of this stuff go on, they are going to get theirs as well, peoples. You know, all of them, every last one of them, they're about to get theirs as well. And that's the sad thing about it, peoples. That is the sad thing about it. I had a friend of mine text me and say that you need not talk about Diddy, but you need to talk about this other person who ended up getting killed, the white guy. And I said, well, nah, I think the hottest topic right now is Diddy. You know, who cares about who cares about Charlie Kirk? I don't care nothing about Charlie Kirk. I mean, Charlie Kirk got taken out by the various people who took him out. Now, it wasn't definitely no black man. So you can't blame the melatonin. You can't blame the dark skin. You can't blame the black skin. You can't blame black people. He was taken out by his own people. And why should I sit here and cover the Charlie Kirk case when Charlie Kirk ain't did nothing for Edward Joseph? You understand what I'm saying? Diddy had did things for his people. And then Diddy had did things for his family. Diddy had did a lot more than what many of you would ever have done. But he had a issue with SEX. But it was his business, peoples. It was his business. Whether he wanted to go up the bush or whether he wanted to go up the Duca chute, it was his business. It was his business, peoples. Victoria has said John Gotti died June 10th, 2002 in Springfield, Missouri medical prison. Well, see, even John Gotti got off scot-free to a degree. Diddy still got life. Diddy is 55 now. 3 more years, the boy will be 58. He still got life. R. Kelly is in prison for 35 years. Diddy got off scot-free because he didn't do 35 years to life. He didn't do 20 years to life. He only got 3 years. 3 years. You know? I mean, I want you guys to think about that for one moment. Diddy got 3 years, peoples. That's it. But for all of the stuff that he did, he got 3 years. And Victoria said that John Gotti died of brain cancer. Well, peoples, hey, the thing is simply this, you know. I get how everybody feel, but see, you got to understand what the other people have done as well. You got to understand what the other people has done as well. And see, it wasn't all about Diddy. Y'all keep forgetting that Clyde Davis and all of these other people who had taught Diddy. You guys, you do remember that what's his name? Hugh Hefner had got off scot-free, and he had all of these white girls and stuff at the Playboy Mansion, and they're doing all sorts of stuff and things. That man lived off of Viagra. He lived off of having sex with all of these women and things and stuff, and had tunnels under his mansion and did all of this stuff and whatnot. But he never got convicted. So he was running a prostitution ring. That's all Diddy got convicted of, is prostitution, people. That's it. Prostitution. Okay, let's listen to Gloria.
Of course, by Mr.
I really don't want to
Combs'
listen to it, but let's listen.
very large legal team, and so we'll see what happens on appeal. Yeah, the argument was by the defense that that really this was just watching sex, and so that's free speech. But the judge did not agree to that argument. It wasn't about filming. He said you can't launder an illegal act into a constitutional right, because that would otherwise be a very narrow interpretation of the Mann Act. So it was about committing a crime, because he pointed out that Mr. Combs had in fact participated and sometimes had sexual interaction with Jane and also with Cassie. So it wasn't just about watching, he actually participated in it. So I think he's got a good argument, and I don't think that the defense has a good argument on appeal. So he could have gotten 20 years, 10 years consecutively for each count, but now he has 148 months for a sentence. Many of my clients were very concerned that he might walk free by the end of this year, time served, and then a couple more months. And they were very much afraid that he would retaliate against them. And so I think that they will be happy that he will be at least in prison for a number of years. I think they'll feel comforted on that. So thank you. Okay, all right.
People, she needs to sit her little old wicked ass down.
Obviously, have very strong feelings and thoughts on this. Now that we have the judge's ruling, what's your feelings?
Well, the judge hands down a sentence of 148 months, which is essentially what the probation office recommended. So it wasn't the 11 years that the prosecution wanted, nor was it the 14 months and get out by the end of this year that the defense wanted. He did have very kind words for Mr. Combs in reference to his contribution to racial justice and the community. But on the other hand, it's obvious that Mr. Combs is going to have to pay the price, the consequences for his two criminal acts. He could have had 10 years for each count, the Mann Act. That would have been 20 years. So he only has 148 months that he's been.
She just mad because she
being
wasn't part of
ordered. No doubt his legal team
the
will be
prequel.
appealing from his sentence and from the trial
That's all she's mad
as soon
about.
as possible. He's got a very large legal team because he has sufficient funds, and so he'll be able to do that. What I would like to say is many of my clients who allege they were victims of Mr. Combs were very afraid that he would get out even today or in a couple of months, and they were afraid that he would retaliate against them. That's something that Cassie Ventura said, but it's also something that my clients were concerned about. So I think they'll be comforted by the fact that he will have to serve now a number of years, and that they won't have to worry about his getting out. I'm not saying he will retaliate against them.
Right.
He argued today, the defense, that he is a different man today, now that he's no longer on drugs. That may be true, but he still has to pay the consequences of what he did when he was addicted.
Now, Lori, when you was judge, we knew how firm you were. What were some of your thoughts about what he said to you?
Thank you so much. I will. Thank you so much.
How do you feel? Mama Coles, how you feeling?
The girl in the bread.
Well, there it is, people. 4 years, 3 months. But everybody's got it. Oh, you see it right there.
No, yeah, you're all good. Be careful.
This is what you guys have been waiting for all day long. 4 years, 3 months. That's it. You guys only just had to wait a couple of hours.
Was the prosecutor? Oh, yeah. What's up, Pablo? What's up, Pablo?
A little oh, that's that's not what's the name. That was what's that 613? That's missing 613 right there.
4 years, 2 months.
It's the only way out right now. Thank you. All right.
Victoria had asked Eddie, where does family live? Here in New York. Mansion. But, you know, he's still got his businesses and everything and stuff. So, you know. So yeah. And the judge asked him where do he want to spend his prison time. So the his attorneys is going to ask for some prison out there in New York. That's where he grew up. So Victoria said, I'm asking because he would want to be where it's not a hardship on his family to visit. Yeah. The judge is trying to make it so to where he can still be close to his family. But it's not up to the judge. He can only make a recommendation. It's up to the Department of Justice to do what they're going to do and stuff. Then Victoria said, I had a friend go where his family was. Yeah, well, we'll see, you know. But now, I mean, the fanfare is over with. He got convicted because he's a convicted felon, and he's going to do at least three to 4 years. That's what it is. Three to 4 years. Anybody want to come up to the panel and want to shoot your shot? You're more than welcome. Let me go ahead and put the link in the chat. Anybody want to come up to the panel and talk and say what you want to say? You guys are more than welcome. There it is. The link is in the chat right there. So peoples, we're going to scroll around. I think it ain't much to see right now. I don't know if his attorneys is going to come out and say something, but we're going to scroll around a little bit and see if there's any other commentaries that's out there that we should be taking a look at and things. It is what it is. So let's look at the attorney, fit attorney from Atlanta.
The court knows you had problems with addiction. The court also understands your tragedy. You know, they spoke a lot. Like Diddy's attorneys were speaking about that he suffered from PTSD. He had two doctors that did. Oh, thank you. He had two doctors that did some psyche valves on him and gave reports, and they talked about him having PTSD. His attorneys weren't able to speak to what the exact trauma was that caused him PTSD. But he said possibly your father being murdered at 3, having to learn the real truth about that murder when you were older. the other losses that he suffered, the drug abuse he was around, the circumstances that he was raised up in, those type of things could have contributed to it. And, you overcame all of that. But the judge says the freak offs and the hotel nights and your relationship with Cassie and Jane, the court is required to look to take all that into consideration. Y'all, I'm sorry, I was taking notes so fast. I'm trying to read them. The judge said your history of good doesn't outweigh the pain to the victims. That was a lot of it, y'all. That you just can't get over it. The video was touching to see him playing with the kids and with the family and all of that stuff, but it still just does not discount the 10 years of pain that the victims suffered. Well, Cassie suffered. He said you use power and control over the lives of the victims. You use your abuse to get your way. That's what the government had said at the beginning. They were saying that, because Diddy's team was trying to, take him away from the prostitution. They're like, he's not a pimp. He didn't pay for, he wasn't, because he didn't pay for the sex that came out right in the trial. But they're saying like he didn't benefit financially. Like pimps sell women for financial gain. They're like, Diddy's not a pimp. But the government early on has said Diddy's currency, he is like a pimp, and his currency is control. And the judge came back to that control when he was talking about it in the end. You had power and control over the lives of others, and you took, you abused them. He says the freak offs, the hotel nights were massive. Text messages, emails, broke the images and stuff. The judge saw all of that. And that's what happens when you go to a trial, right? We say complete, the judge gets like a quick little blurb of what happened. Although Brian Steele made a great point, he never had a chance to plead because they never offered him a plea to the Mann Act. They were coming Rico, that's life, so he had to fight. But the judge says, I saw all of that stuff. I saw the images of the beating, the videos and stuff. Drove Jane and Cassie to think like less of themselves, to want to commit suicide. Sorry. All right, he started quoting words from Cassie's letter when he's sentencing Diddy and pulling out the pain and stuff that she felt. So like then I know it's getting. So I'm looking at the comments. SK says Cassie 1,000% was with the shits. This is what I told you from the beginning. Y'all got to remember, Cassie got with Diddy when she was 19. Diddy started slipping drugs into her Gatorade before she even started real. I'm not saying she went out there wilding, but y'all have to come on and face the point that this man was wielding his control and power over them. And that is what the judge that's what the judge found from hearing the evidence. He said the coercion was bad. He says it's a decade long. He said it happened so long because you weren't caught and you had the resources to keep it going. And I just spoke to you all earlier, right? Not only did he have the resources to keep it going, he knew that he was being investigated. His house had got raided, and he still was having freak offs. Like, you are under investigation, a federal investigation, and you like, I don't care. I'm still gonna have freak offs and hotel nights. Like, bro, no, we getting your ass. They punishing him for that. Yeah, and that's when the judge went into the whole thing about, after the lawsuit, you freaking continue to do this until he was locked up. Like they're like, the only reason you're not doing it now is because you're in jail. There were people in the crowd as well that did not buy his speech. They did not buy the letters. And I'm gonna tell y'all something else. The kids were speaking right, so we all know allegedly that his little twin, is that Justin? Which one? Okay, y'all know the one that looks like Diddy. They're involved in some cases as well. There are some allegations against them as well that kind of mirror some of the stuff that they're dead. So as he spoke about that being my pops, my twin, I studied him. I'm everything like him. Can I be good, right? This is the example you set. Now you're getting them into telling y'all, the judge took all of that stuff into consideration. And so he feels like he needs more time to rehabilitate, more time to just basically take responsibility for his actions. He doesn't feel like the 14 months or 12 months that he's been in was thing. Yeah, Tisha says power was the currency. Yes, power was his currency. Franju P. Diddy says money is a hell of a drug. It is. The love of money is the root of all evil. But Diddy says he don't care about none of that. He can't care no more because it's all gone. He's like, don't care about none of that. He just want to come home to his family. I get it. He made a heartfelt plea. But I'm telling you, if you were in this courtroom and if you know anything about the law, you knew from this morning he was not coming. Okay, you could tell the judge as he went through that pre-sentencing report saying what he was adopting, what he was keeping out. It was very clear that time was coming down. And I don't know who all these people are, but you could tell. So 3 rows for family. You could tell a few of the men that were on that 3rd row were music execs, or just, and it was evident by the first break that they were seeing the writing on the wall as well. They kind of was like, that was kind of attitude, like how bad is it going to be? But anybody with like real sense that wasn't just in here holding out hope could kind of see from this morning, okay, we're gonna get some time. And I think that he kind of was, although he was like disappointed in the judge because his judge kept talking, he was over it. Like, I'm gonna tell y'all, if we hadn't been in the federal court, and this one Diddy, I can't say he would have flipped the table, but he definitely would have grabbed his shit and walked on to the back as soon as he got his sentence. All that other stuff the judge was talking about, he didn't want to hit none of that shit. He was just sitting there like shaking his head, like, you really gonna do this shit? Like, y'all really finna do this to me? Y'all really finna lock me up? That's kind of the what I was getting from the shoulders and the head and the nods and stuff. And then at the end, he grabs his stuff and picks it up because he had like his notebooks and stuff, his trial stuff that he's been prepping. He picks it up and he turns back to the family. He mouths, I'm sorry, I love you. Like, it's gonna be good. Like, they came in here knowing that it could be, sometime. But I'm gonna tell y'all, okay, so when Diddy first came into the courtroom this morning, we haven't been seeing what he really looks like because there's no camera. So his hair was salt pepper, more pepper than salt. And he had on his brown sweater, his tan sweater on top of a white button down. I can't remember what color the pants were, but he looked like like he was on a TV show playing an old dad. Like, seeing him like, I haven't seen him like that. So when he came in, I was like, this is not the Diddy I know. Like, this, he looks like he's playing in a movie. When he left out, he looked that same way, dejected, like he was playing a movie role, like it wasn't real. Like, it really, but everything in between, you can see him, he's talking and stuff, but it was just like, man, I haven't ever seen him look like that. Prison and time and jail and stuff ages you. He's only 55, but then he came out there looking like he was playing Bill Cosby. Like, he looks like an old man, like he was playing a role at first. It was just like, wow, like this has really been something that he's been, it's been, you can tell it's been stressful on him, but he got a little more time. So with 50 months in federal custody, they don't do parole, right? So it's not like Georgia where you get sentenced, you got to do a third of your time and then you're up for parole. But they do allow you to get in programs that will cut time off of your sentence. I don't know how none of that works. We're just going to have to see what happens. But 50 months, he's already done, 12 and like a couple of weeks. So 50 months is 4 years and 2 months. So he's got like another 3 years to do. So I hope that his spirits stay up in the sense of he doesn't go back to the depression and stuff he was in when he first, but I mean, he probably will, y'all, because he really was, they really were hopeful and thinking that the judge might give him less time, but he didn't like break down in the courtroom. But I'm sure when they took him out, it was just like a sobering feeling. Like, everybody in there was just quiet. Like, it wasn't any reaction from the family. Nobody bust out in tears. Nobody, it just was quiet. Everybody was just like, that's what it is. All right. Okay. So, I'm sure they'll have their reactions. Like I say, we've been here so long. It's kind of like, you go to a funeral sometime and it's like 6 hours long. You have your moments where you're crying, and you're happy, you're sad, you're laughing. So I saw all ranges of emotions. So we came back in from the afternoon break. The girls, when they had spoke right before lunch, everybody was all emotional. But afternoon, it's kind of like, they're talking, it's light again because it's just such a long day. But after, everybody's just kind of quiet. It's just quiet. Like, he's not coming home anytime soon. Like, they just were quiet. There was one guy that was very, he wasn't emotional, but like angry emotional, but he wasn't one of the kids. He was sitting behind me. I'm not sure. He was like with them. He was sitting next to Gina, but I'm not sure who he was. But a lot of people were just kind of, yeah. So Paris, Italy. So when I say time served a plot, like, you get credit for the time. So you get credit. So he's not going to have to start a fresh 50 months. So he gets credit for the 12 and a half that he's already done. So just to track that, and that's how much longer he has to go. Yes, he will be transferred to another jail. The judge asked Agnifilo, did he have a recommendation? And he said, Judge, in light of us finding out now that he has a sentence, give us the weekend to figure that out, and then we'll make a recommendation on Monday. So they're going to talk. He's going to make that recommendation on Monday, and then they'll see. Hopefully, it'll be something. Now, as Regina says, Regina says, let's not forget he's an actor, and some people in the courtroom had your same sentiments. They were not moved by the words. They felt like he was putting on a show. They felt like it was all an act. They didn't buy it. I have not read Cassie's letter. I need to download it, her new letter that she just submitted this week. But she speaks in the letter and says that she don't buy it. She's like, don't buy it. He's an act, all that kind of stuff. We'll never know. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Like I say, I saw him a couple times looking at people that were going to the stand. Like, you better say what I told your ass to say. The look was kind of like, wait a minute, Diddy Lee in court. Why you looking like that? He was just looking like, I don't know. It was just this stare that made you feel like you better perform like I told you. So I don't know. That's why, Miss, I told you about earlier, Miss Westmoreland got very emotional. She was crying like this was her man during her presentation. I don't know what that was about, but she was very emotional during her presentation. So emotional that it was kind of like overkill a little bit. It was a little bit. And maybe this would have had more impact had it happened like closer to. But when Brian Steele gets up to start talking, the first thing out of his mouth is, Judge, I have tears in my eyes. Like, bro, we just can't let him break. Like, ain't nothing emotional to happen yet. But it's like, as an attorney, you practice what you want to say. You want to have this impact, and sometimes it can kind of come off performative versus just real. And that's kind of, what I was getting. North Philly Miz said she an actor too. It was giving it a little bit today. Yeah, somebody said Martha Stewart served jail time. She sure did. So, hey, and so will Diddy will be as well. What else? Y'all, I could be sitting out here talking for like 3 hours. What I tell y'all, I got a whole fresh yellow notepad of notes. We're gonna long stroke this thing later on, but let me eat some. Let me see. So the judge said, he has to do a sentence that would deter. He has to do, the acts. He just really kept talking about the acts of violence. Those acts of violence. Judge Submarinian, like I don't know his nationality, whatever. But he's like a little guy up there on this thing. Like everything in this case probably blew this man away. Like he probably has never heard of none of this shit. So it probably seemed very extreme to him. And he kept saying how extreme this is. And I'm not discounting like it wasn't extreme, but we all know that like domestic violence, all that stuff happens every day, sex acts, all that kind of stuff happens all the time. But the judge kept talking about how massive it was. Like it just really shocked his conscience in this case. I will say, so the government, when they were talking, because they had a hearing last week where Diddy was trying to get them to quit and do a motion for new trial, right? And the judge was asking, are there any other cases of the Mann Act where somebody has gotten substantial time or whatever for only transporting? And so the government said, yeah, we got cases. So today everybody came here with their cases. So the government says they bring out this case out of the Southern District. The guy's name is Jason. I think it's Dylan. And it was the case where a guy had like a international sex ring and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, they're trying to compare the cases and to say like why Diddy should get higher time because his case is similar to this. And so what Driscoll did, like I say, this defense team was on it now. Driscoll, he said there's 938 Mann Act cases that the Southern District has ever dealt with since the enactment of it, which was like 1910. And he went through every case. They had a data spreadsheet of all the cases and what all the sentencing were and what the sentencing was when somebody had a first arrest. And they said they always fell around 12 months, actually less time than Diddy's already served and less time than what they were asking for. But then the government was coming back saying, well, no, actually, we got cases that show this person got 130 months, this person got 127. Like, so it was just a fight of, what is this case similar to, Judge? What should you do? But the whole point was, Judge, we got all these different things because every case is individual. You have to look at each case on an individual basis, and that's what the judge came back really and said. Like, I have to look at each case individually and take the facts of it. In this case, it's horrible the way he did those victims. But and then there was another point. So that case that they were comparing it to, that guy was running a prostitution ring, right, and making money. I think he made like $1.4 million. And so Driscoll was saying, Judge, I don't know how much ass you got to sell to make $1.4 million. That's a lot, right? And so then he said, that's not like what's happening in this case. Where he go to government with their smart mouth ass, get up at the end, and they start saying, Judge, well, every free call was about $5,000 per escort. And it would basically take, we only charged him with 90, we spoke about 90 free calls in this case. But it would take like 127 to get to 1.4. It was just so petty, like trying to compare. But I mean, they were doing what they were supposed to do. So I was in there like, oh, okay, good one, good comeback. But at the end of the day, you could tell that it was all about the abuse. The abuse, even though that he was never charged with the abuse, and he couldn't have been because the statute of limitations on domestic violence stuff. I mean, for misdemeanors, 2 years in Georgia, and a felony would be 4. So there's no way he could have been charged with those things. But those are exactly the things that got him these 50 months. And when the state, so at the beginning of the court, when everybody comes in, judge like, who's here for the government? The 6-pack, they stood up. I started thinking about the 6-pack. They all stood up. I mean, everybody, all the prosecutors to the helpers on the side, it was all women on the government side. I was like, okay, we're sending a message today. We're here for the victims. And yeah, they were sending a clear message. And Diddy stood up his team now. They weren't lacking either. They were deep as well. So they stood up. And but I just thought about that whole comment from the beginning when they stood up. K. Joseph says if one side agrees with the sentence, then it's not a fair sentence. Now both sides not happy with the sentence, so it's a fair sentence. Yeah. And the judge spoke to that too. He said, I'm not going to go into this splitting the baby. So don't think I'm looking at the government's 11, y'all's 14, and I'm gonna fall somewhere in the middle. It's just gonna feel like that, but that's not what I'm doing. So he wanted to be clear that I'm not splitting the baby. He spent about 5 minutes speaking to the ridiculousness of the 135 and just what would be the justification for it. He says you are using the aggravating factors to get there, but the pre-sentencing report used those same aggravating factors, and they didn't get there. They got to 60 months. So the 135, he totally threw that out the window. He wasn't even thinking about it. So that wasn't something he ever was considering. So I thought this whole time 5 years, and so 50 months. I was almost right about how long he would get. So yeah, the 11 years, it was never going to happen. The 11 years, the government asking for 11 years in this case was as ridiculous as Ms. Love asking for 25 years from Young Thug when he wouldn't say YSL was a gang. It's utterly ridiculous. So he never gave that any consideration. So that's it. So I had and I'm on the phone that the Cash App is connected to, but I wanted to thank Beverly Wright, I believe, and I'm gonna come back and get the other name. I got 2 Cash Apps yesterday. I did not see until today, so I wanted to thank you all for that. I'll put it in the on the when I get back to my computer and set everything up. I'll give you all credit for that, and I'll speak about it again on the live. Because I don't like to receive and not thank people for that. So thank you so much. What time is it? I don't even know time. I gotta find my watch. They make us take everything off. So it's 6 o'clock. I need time to get from down here, get something to eat, just chill or whatever. So I should probably be back live around like 8:30 or so. So y'all just stay, turn your notifications on. When I do that, I'll start from the beginning and take y'all all the way through. Like I said, I got a notebook and then some of what happened today. And remember I was I'll say the jokes for later. So we can laugh. We gonna long stroke this thing tonight because y'all know I got some jokes. All right, so it's been great. Thank you all for tuning in. I think we had like over 200 in the chat at one point. This was an amazing experience. I do not see how people came out here every day to watch this trial. I don't have it in me. One day was enough. Okay, I'm like, look, I need to be out here represent my own people to get them out. So yeah, shout out to all those who came out here every day. The girl wouldn't have been. This was a great experience today being down here in the Southern District of New York. Thank y'all for following. I am not done. I will go live, like I said, another couple hours or so. Give y'all the long strokes. We go through everything, all my notes with everything. But we are done today. The wind's starting to get really cold out here. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for following along all days. It's been so exciting. And we'll be back tonight to cap it all off and give y'all the long stroke on it. So thanks. Signing off, the Fit Lawyer ATL. I'll see you in court.
All right, peoples. Well, we're here. We're here. I've just literally just been going around to different places and things to see who's talking about what and whatnot, and trying to encourage more people to come over here and talk with us before the live shut down and things. You know, bring a few more people over, and let's have a conversation about this thing here. Because all of the other media places, they're shutting down, but we're here, and we're here, and we're going to be here, and we're going to be here to talk about this and things. Now, since I got more people here, we're going to be talking about this Diddy case, the aftermath of it and stuff, and what does it mean for right now. And then not only that, but we're going to be talking about some other cases as well and stuff. So I'm just scanning the airways right now and stuff. I'm just trying for the final time to try to encourage the people who was on the other live to come on and talk with us and things. It's been this has definitely been a good day, people. I mean, definitely it's been a very good day, and I'm so glad to see a whole lot of people chiming out about different things and stuff. So, it's a beautiful thing. So I'm just trying to go around and encourage people and stuff. You got people who's for Diddy, and then you got people who's against Diddy and things. And I just want to get everybody's perspective and whatnot. So, we'll see how it goes. People, we'll definitely see how it goes. We're going to be talking about a lot more cases and stuff, but this is how you do it, people. This is how you do it. You go and you encourage to people and things. All right, so let me go on over here. Let me sign off on this particular channel. I'm going to sign back on here, but I'm going to sign off. So they're about to shut down. So let me encourage the people real quick while they're still here to come on and come to the live. So let me share my screen real quick. Get these last minute folks that is still here. Okay, y'all hold on for one moment. All right. So just trying to get a few little scragglers and things. I've tried to encourage the people to come on over to this channel and let's talk about some things and stuff. I'm going to be shutting off of here probably within another hour. I got to go pick up my son, but then I'll be back on tonight, peoples. I'll be back on tonight to further talk about this. I've gotten a few more people who was in my Kanika Jenkins chat room. They chimed out and stuff about Kanika Jenkins. We will be back up on that as well, peoples. But, you know, and like I said, we're going to be talking about a host of different topics and stuff. So I greatly appreciate all of my new subscribers that came in and things, and people who had came and joined the channel and stuff. We have literally been talking about the Kanika Jenkins case forever and a day. So if you are familiar with the Kanika Jenkins case, well, this is the place to be. This is the place to be. We have literally been talking about Kanika Jenkins for quite some time, and we're going to be back up on that as well. But I wanted to switch some things up, and I wanted to talk about some current events. And this is one of the major current events that we have literally had sat here and watched all day long. And so now we finally got a greater understanding as to what's what. Diddy got 4 years, 2 months. 4 years, 2 months, people. That's what he got. And that's what I had pretty much stated that he was going to get. And sure enough, the judge gave him that. I said 5 years, but they said 4 years, 2 months. So he split it in half and things. And so now with the time served that Diddy had did, he's only going to do about 3 years, people. That's it. So 3 years, I think, is sufficient enough time for him to have learned his lesson, get a taste of what the life is in there and stuff. And then once he gets out, he's going to be on probation, people. He's going to be on probation. And so when a boy gets on probation, well, then, you know, it's going to be to a degree to whereas he'll be able to have learned something by then. And so that's what it is, people. That's what it is. So let me go ahead and let me chime off on the other chat and things. Let's go ahead and scroll up on some things here. We're going to, they're shutting things down. So we're going to go to this screen and let's go back home. Okay, yep. See, there it is. I told you the live screen ended. Tried to tell the people, you know, y'all should have came over and y'all should have connected with me. If you didn't get my information by now, well, then you're going to miss out on a treat and things. So let's go, and since the live stream had ended, let's go home and let's see what's happening here, people. Let's see what's happening here. So Diddy has gotten 4 years, 2 months. 4 years, 2 months. And it's what he gets, people. You know, I don't feel bad behind it. I'm quite happy because now he has to learn, as well as all of those other people has to learn that, you know, you can't be out here doing all of this stuff and then just thinking that, wait, what? What? Y'all see this? Diddy released from federal prison? No. This can't be true. No, this can't be true. This can't be true. No.
Diddy! There's only 5 individuals there! Can you sign up?
Yeah. Well, I tell you, people, this AI shit is really good. I mean, this had me moving for a moment because, you know, this was July the 12th. 2025, and they said Diddy was released from federal prison, but we already know that was Diddy. Yeah, you guys got to be very careful about what you watch, you know, because I mean, they make it so convincing. They make it so convincing, and then with AI and things, you know, everything looks real nowadays, but you know, you just have to kind of like really take a look at what you're watching and stuff. So yeah, that's what it is, peoples. All right, so what I want to do is, since the Diddy saga is over with and things, it's done and it's over with. Diddy saga is over with, so let's take it home. Let's take it to all of the news, and let's see if we can get a little recap on something. I know everybody is tired because it's been a very, very long day. And I'm just trying to see all of these commentators and stuff, see what everybody had to say and things. Are y'all about tired of Diddy on about right now? Y'all wanted to get into something, a little something else and things? Okay, they're still live, so let's take a look at this real quick here. So we're going to take a look at that. We're going to take a look at what the young lady has to say here. So we're going to exit out the thing here. Let's take a look at this. They still live.
May not agree with the sentence. He made sure that he told them how he felt and how important it was that they came forward.
So Diddy still faces dozens of civil lawsuits. This is not the last time we'll see him in court. Can you explain a little bit about what those civil suits are about? And in your opinion, do you think that the sentencing today will have any bearing on those suits?
So he does face dozens of lawsuits, and that was mentioned by the defense. One of the things that the defense was trying to argue is you don't have to give him more time, Your Honor, because all of these other things have deterred him. He is not going to do this again. He's facing civil suits. He's facing loss of his businesses. But the civil suits, I believe, are going to go forward. I think he's behind bars now for quite some time. They are trying to say that they need some damages paid to them because they've been harmed. One of the civil suits is by Deontay Nash, who was one of the stylists, I believe, who was involved. And, you know, he's stating that he was in an altercation and that Combs was abusive to him. And so he's asking for money damages. The judge did state that Combs has to pay $500,000, and that's no small amount. That was the fine. So whatever he's already spent on defense fees, he now has to pay a $500,000 fine, and he'll have to pay whatever judgments he gets in these civil actions, or if he determines a settlement is in order, he'll have to pay that. So I think all in all, he has faced both civil and criminal ramifications from his actions. He actually spoke today. He was the last person to speak. And he said, I have reached the lowest low. I am remorseful. Despite what the government says, I am very sorry and I take full accountability for my actions. And he mentioned he's lost everything. He's lost time with his family. He's lost his businesses. So I do think that the impact of everything, including the civil suits against him, has taken its toll.
So do you think that the outcome, the ultimate outcome of this case will also have a bearing on whether similar cases in the future are brought by prosecutors if prosecutors decide to prosecute rather than settle, for example? Do you think this is encouraging for future prosecutors? Do you think it's discouraging? How do you view things going forward in similar cases?
I think prosecutors in the future are going to think about the type of charges they bring. So, for instance, they brought the RICO conspiracy. The jury said no and acquitted him on that charge. they brought a charge for sex trafficking. The jury said no, there was no force, fraud, and coercion as far as sex trafficking is concerned. So I think the prosecutors in the Southern District are going to think twice before they bring those types of charges. The Mann Act, the jury said yes, you are guilty on 2 counts as it relates to Jane, as it relates to Cassie. And I believe that in the future, not only will prosecutors think about what charges should they bring, but I think, and the judge mentioned this, people are going to think about how they treat women. People are going to think about what they can and cannot do. This case is serving as an example, the judge said, and that's why he thought that it should be a significant punishment. And to the judge, the 4.2, the 50 months, is a significant punishment.
All right, well, thank you so much, Terry Austin. That was attorney and legal analyst Terry Austin. Thanks so much for sharing your insights and what you observed in the courtroom today.
Thank you.
And so, people, there's a little small recap. Family coming out, different ones coming out, all of the things that we probably didn't see earlier, we get a chance to see now. And, you know, just everybody's coming out and stuff, and everybody's happy. Family is getting into the van. There's his kids. You know, chauffeurs and everybody and stuff. So, you know, I mean, the Diddy saga is over with, people. It's done. It's over with.
Alleged victims
I don't
of
want
John
to
Diddy Combs.
look at her because we've already heard from her things. Let's back it up a little bit. You know, it just seems like everybody has something to say. You know, everybody has something to say when it comes down to this particular case and whatnot. And I'm kind of like, well, okay, so it's done. It's over with. Diddy is going to you know, where he's going and things, and he's going to have to reflect upon all of that and stuff. So, I mean, everybody waited all of this time. You had all of these different commentators, these different YouTubers, Ticket TV and Tisa Tales and all of these folks, and everybody gave their commentary. So I'm just curious to hear what they have to say now and stuff, you know. I mean, it didn't go the way that they thought that it would and stuff. He didn't get as much time as they thought that he would get in things and stuff. So I'm sitting back cracking up laughing because, oh man, yeah, Ticket TV, he just knew that they were going to throw the book at him and things. And, you know, he's sitting up here and telling everybody, you know, I'm going to block you. I'm going to do all of this and do all of that and stuff. And I'm kind of like, what is all of that for and stuff? What, you mad because the judge ain't going to give him as much time as you thought? See, these suckers, they thought that just because they have the court's paperwork and stuff that they can interpret what the court is going to do. And I've been saying all along that, you know, I don't think Diddy is going to get as much time as these people are proclaiming. But I sat back and I've listened and I've watched all of these people, you know, run their mouths and say this and that and the other and so on and so forth. You know, really think that they knew so much about this case when in all honesty they didn't. And it was funny to me because, you know, people are getting blocked, people are, you know, having this and that and the other done and all of these things said and whatnot. But at the end of the day, the judge gave Diddy way less than what all of those people said that they were going to give him. And so I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say whether I'm happy or sad because at the end of the day, I called it. I said, he's not going to get no more than 5 years. And I based that off the evidence not about my feelings, but the evidence. Y'all hold on for a moment. Okay, people, so I'm back. I based that off the evidence, not off of my feelings, but what they have shown in court. And what they have shown in court is that it wasn't only Diddy. And these are the things that I tried to tell the people. It wasn't only Diddy. Diddy wasn't going to walk. I didn't believe that. But then I didn't think that he was going to get that many years either. And so, you know, he has to learn from the things that he did. And that's just the thing. And so let this be a lesson to Hollywood. Let this be a lesson to all of those people who had pretty much said all of this stuff and did all of this stuff. Diddy got what he got. Let's listen to this right here, peoples. Let's listen to this minus the thing right here.
As we come on the air tonight, we do have some breaking news. On the eve of his sentencing, Sean Diddy Combs, the fallen music mogul, writing a federal judge pleading for mercy. He writes in part, "I have to admit, my downfall was rooted in my selfishness." He apologized to two of the women who accused him of abuse, including Cassie Ventura, who he assaulted. This as prosecutors are asking for an 11-year prison sentence for Combs after he was found guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Laura Jarrett joins us now live in studio. Laura, you have the letter right there, and he makes it very clear he's asking the judge to be let go to his family right now.
Tom, it's a pretty striking letter. Combs, in his own words, saying he realizes he's in a situation where no amount of money or fame can save him. He writes this: "I have been humbled and broken to my core. Jail is designed to break you. There have been some days I thought I would be better off dead." He goes on to say, Tom, that he lost everything from his businesses to time with his children. He's a single father. He also apologizes, notably, to the women who prosecutors say he abused. He says that video, that infamous video of him abusing Cassie, plays over in his head daily. "I literally lost my mind." He says he's a changed man. He says he's sober for the first time in 25 years. He will have an opportunity to address the court there tomorrow. Remember, of course, his lawyers are asking for just 14 months. Prosecutors asking for far greater, 11 years behind bars. He was acquitted of the charges, though, of course, that could have kept him behind bars for the rest of his lifetime.
And that sentencing tomorrow, we will be covering it live right here on NBC. All right, Laura, we thank you. We thank you for.
And with that, peoples, he apologized. I want to make that clear to the people. Sorry about that, people, as I click myself off the live. I want to make it very crystal clear to the people. Diddy had apologized, peoples. Sean Diddy Combs had apologized to Cassie Ventura and to all of the people whom he had these encounters with. He apologized, peoples. And that's the thing that the people need to understand. See, you may want to sit here and you may want to vilify a person forever and a day, but see, you know, God redeems. Diddy was broken, but God redeems, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? God redeems. And it doesn't matter how salacious or bad that you may be in things, peoples, God redeems. And God is a God of grace and mercy. And everybody deserves it. Even Diddy deserves it, peoples. Even Diddy deserves it, peoples. And so that's the thing. You know? And Diddy is no different, peoples. Diddy is no different, peoples. So let's take a look at this real quick, peoples, and see what this had to say.
Right now, Sean Diddy Combs is in a New York City courtroom for sentencing on 2 prostitution-related charges. Prosecutors are asking for 11 years and 3 months behind bars. Combs' lawyers no more than 14 months, with credit for time served since his September 2024 arrest. In a new letter to the judge, Combs pled for leniency, writing, quote, "I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness, and I am so sorry for the hurt that I caused." NBC's Rahima Ellis is outside the downtown Manhattan courtroom for us. And here with me, Christy Greenberg, former SDNY Criminal Division Deputy Chief and a former federal prosecutor who was inside the courtroom for the entirety of Combs' trial. So, Rahima, tell us what's happened so far.
Well, what's happening right now is that the defense attorneys are arguing their case that Sean Combs should be given only 14 months, essentially time served, saying in part that he was a model prisoner, and he has been a model prisoner for these 13 months that he has been behind bars. And they said that when he was out on the streets, he was a model citizen, providing assistance and inspiration for others. What the prosecution presented in their argument was a very different picture. And even before that, the judge basically overruled all of the defense arguments. They wanted to say that Cassie Ventura was not a victim, that the other woman named Jane was not a victim, and that there were no victims in this case at all. And also, the judge went on to say something to the effect that jurors do not get to acquit conduct. They acquit of charges. They found him not guilty of the most serious charges, we pointed out, which could have carried life in prison. But the judge may be foreshadowing something here about what the sentence may be. The judge went on to say something to the effect of how Sean Diddy Combs cannot claim that he was not responsible for any of the things that happened and now claim remorse for anything that he was accused of doing. It's interesting also, Chris, to note that in the prosecution, when they presented their arguments, one of the first things they said is that Sean Combs is scheduled to have speaking engagements as early as Monday, just after this weekend, starting in Miami, and they called it the height of hubris, and that how remorseful can he be? He hasn't even heard what the judge's sentence is. We should tell you that when the defense now in its presentation of his arguments is trying to explain what those speaking engagements are, they're saying on Monday he's scheduled to speak at a Miami North Work Release Center. And the following Tuesday it would be at a regional library in Miami. And he has speaking engagements all through the month and down into October 29th. Their point is that he's going to be speaking and offering inspiration and guidance, and also his remorse about what his life may have been presented as. But he wants to offer some encouragement to people going forward as early as next Monday. Chris?
Rahima Ellis, thank you for that. Well, let me just go to the words that were said in court, if I can, Christy. A model prisoner and citizen, according to his team. He has a lot of good he still wants to do in the world. He's got speaking engagements. In a letter, Combs asked the judge for, quote, another chance to be a better father, another chance to be a better son, another chance to be a better leader in my community, and another chance to live a better life. What do you hear in that as somebody who sat through the trial? And what do you think the judge heard?
I mean, that's delusional. That has nothing to do with anything that happened at the trial. You cannot say that you are rehabilitated when you then also say you are a model citizen. And you have to either accept responsibility and say, I did these things and I'm guilty of them and I accept responsibility and I'm rehabilitated now, or you say I didn't do anything and therefore there's nothing to rehabilitate. He's trying to have it both ways, and it doesn't work. These women were victims. You did hear evidence from not just the 2 women, but his employees, his assistants, the people who worked with him about his violence. And I mean, it was it was gruesome to hear the details each day of person after person after person who not just witnessed what he did to the women, but they were victims of his violence themselves. And that is all fair game. What the judge said today is, doesn't matter that the jury acquitted Combs of certain counts. That doesn't matter. I heard everything at trial, and I can consider everything in determining what is a fair sentence here. The judge said the guidelines range that he determined here is 70 to 87 months. He also said the higher guidelines range that the prosecutors were asking for, he didn't agree with, and he said that's not going to affect my sentence, meaning he's not getting 11 years. He's not getting what the prosecutors are asking for. But in order to go below the guidelines range, there has to be a reason. You have to really show that you've done something worth it. And being a model prisoner, well, we expect prisoners to be model prisoners. We expect them to follow the rules. That is not extraordinary to get you below the guidelines range. So right now, I'd say we're looking at somewhere within 70 to 87 months. Most judges do come out somewhere within the guidelines range. And I've yet to hear anything from Combs that would, justify why he should get a departure.
I found it interesting, and I'm fascinated to hear your take on it. His PR team released an 11-minute kind of documentary-style video last night. They were hoping to show in court today. Here's just, I think, a little clip of that.
What you've given to the world, I don't think you know, man. You gotta give her a bottle then. Know that you mean something to people.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see enough of things truly changing. And I don't understand how we are the richest, most powerful country in the world, and it seems like we can't solve the problems within our own community. Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. Love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
So a lot about him interacting with his kids, a lot about him showing up in places where maybe he's donated money to help kids. How does that play into this? I watched it. There was a lot of nice music. There was a lot of, it was a well-produced video. Does it have any legal bearing?
Well, there are a lot of criminal defense. I was a prosecutor for over a decade, and many defendants that I had prosecuted had families who loved them. And you have people, they are not just defined by the crimes they commit. They are whole people who presumably are not all bad. They've done some bad things, but they've also done good things too. And I don't doubt that Mr. Combs' family loves him and that he's a good father. But that's...
Or that he may have given people opportunities by giving them jobs.
Right, that people did enjoy working for him. But you have to look at what the evidence was at trial, what he is accused of and what he has said about that. He has said that the violence was rare. That is not what was shown at the trial. Multiple witnesses talked about his unpredictable violence. He said that it was mutual with some of these women. We didn't see any photos of these women giving him bruises and injuries. We saw their injuries, which were very real and very disturbing. And again, when you continue to minimize, you won't even call them victims. You won't even say that, you won't even give them that term that to really show that you understand the gravity of what you did. I don't see how, if you can't accept that you are deserving of any kind of a lower sentence. Again, him walking out the door today, I would be stunned. It would be a complete miscarriage of justice if that happened, and I don't see it happening.
But just to be clear, we should get a sentence today?
Yes.
Okay. Christy Greenberg, thank you, and I know you'll be standing by for that.
Okay, peoples, let me go. We're going to look at one more thing and then we're going to cut off of here.
Hello video creators, welcome to Hitpour channel. We added some
All right. let's take a look at this, peoples. Then after this, I think we're going to head out of here, and then I'll be back.
Well, we are in New York still, where the sentencing hearing is on pause for Sean Diddy Combs after a jury found Combs guilty on 2 prostitution-related charges in July. Our team tells us the court is on that lunch break. That will go on until 2 p.m. Eastern. Gives the judge kind of some time to think about some of the testimony from Sean Diddy Combs' family. Let's talk about that. Going live to senior coordinating producer for the Crime and Public Safety Unit, Anna Schechter. Anna, give us a recap of what we've seen inside this morning and how it likely is going to weigh in the judge's mind.
Well, sure. We just heard that his children have spoken very emotionally before the judge, pleading with him to give their father a light sentence. So we heard from the children. We heard from defense attorneys characterizing him as an upstanding member of the community. And they also played an 11-minute video montage of home videos portraying him as a family man. So all of this is going to weigh in. The judge has seen all of this, and he will take this into consideration. We also heard from the prosecution. They laid out in great detail their reasoning why they are asking for more than 11 years in prison as the sentence. So the judge said earlier today in court, sentencing guidelines give around 5 to 7 years. So we'll see what the judge decides later this afternoon. As you mentioned, they are on a break right now, and we expect to hear from more defense attorneys as soon as they get back, and then the judge will likely make his decision.
All right. So is there any indication, because you're hearing a lot of pro Sean Diddy Combs voices in the court before this lunch break, is there any indication that there's going to be a counterpoint on the other side of the break?
Well, it's a great question. We were expecting to hear from a victim under the pseudonym of Mia, who was going to speak for about 5 minutes.
Right.
But she said that she will not be speaking. There was a letter presented to court by the legal defense team, and given that letter, because of the tone of that letter, she has backed out. There was some discussion between prosecutors and defense attorneys and the judge about that earlier this morning. So we shall see. There might be a statement given by a former employee, but all of that is sort of being negotiated, and we're going to hear exactly who will be speaking next as soon as they come back from their lunch break. The judge said that will be at 2 p.m., so in about a half an hour, Reed.
Anna Schechter, watching it all, thank you so much. We appreciate you keeping our national and international audience updated as this plays out. So let's continue the conversation more from a legal perspective. CBS News legal contributor Caroline Polisi joins us now for more. I haven't talked to you for a while. So first of all, it's great to see you on the screen.
I know.
So Combs' legal
Me
team,
too.
yeah, they really pulled out all the stops right now before this break. What do you make of their tactics? Because with the video, they're kind of showing their cards, their game plan, so to speak. How does the judge weigh all of these statements?
Yeah, they did. They're really laying it on thick. And to be honest, Reed, things like these videos, letters don't have that much of an impact. What really is the most means the most to a judge in these situations are the sentencing guidelines calculations. And we really got quite a bit of news earlier in the first part of this hearing today, which is that the judge is actually adopting the probation department's view of the sentencing guidelines, which is 70 to 82 months, which, as Anna said, is 5, 6, 7 years in that range. We heard prosecutors were advocating for an 11-year sentence based on the guidelines, and the defense attorneys wanted basically time served, 14 years. But that's all based on their interpretation of what the federal sentencing guidelines say. So now we know that the judge believes that the range in which he should be looking is that 70 to 82 months range. Now, of course, he can depart from that. It's called downward departures or upward departures. The sentencing guidelines are just that. They're advisory. But he'd have to take into consideration all of these things that are being presented by both the prosecution and defense. Prosecutors really want the judge to take into account the violence that he perpetrated, especially that video we saw of Cassie, of him just brutally beating Cassie in 2016. So we'll see how that plays into his analysis of which end of the spectrum he's going to sentence on.
Right, because I was going to ask you, if it looks like it's going to be sentencing guidelines sort of guiding the judge as to what decision is made, and not perhaps some of those more positive family-oriented videos and pleadings that we saw before the break. Does that same sort of thinking come in line with the beating video that went viral all over the world and then was presented in court?
Yeah, look, you have lawyers arguing for what are called 3553A departures, so either aggravating or mitigating circumstances. I mean, that video showed his philanthropic work, how dedicated he was as a father, things like that. I mean, those would be mitigating circumstances. Aggravating circumstances obviously would be his history of drug use, domestic violence. However, they've countered that by saying he's gotten clean in prison, he is committed to a life free of crime, and he will continue working with a therapist and or doctors to continue on this path. So, it's really, sentencing is both really a science and an art, and there's a lot of discretion for the judge here. I think it depends on which version of events and which sort of version of Sean Combs he sees that will impact whether or not he really deviates much from that guidelines range.
A lot of eyes on the guidelines and the events, and also the judge. It's so great to talk to you. Hope to see you back here very soon on CBS News 24/7. You have a good weekend, my friend.
All right, people, so let's take a look at this. After this, then we're going to depart.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson. Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs was just sentenced to more than 4 years in prison. The 55-year-old was convicted back in July on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Combs had pleaded not guilty to all charges and was acquitted of 2 more serious charges, sex trafficking and racketeering, which would have led to a potential life sentence. Moments before he was sentenced, Combs apologized for his disgusting, shameful, and sick behavior. Those are his characterizations. Our Jerika Duncan is outside the courthouse. Jerika has covered this case from the beginning. Jerika, your thoughts?
This was the most important day of this case, and Combs did give a statement about 12 minutes long where he spoke directly to the court. He talked about being personally responsible and apologized for what happened with his ex-girlfriends Cassie Ventura and Jane. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and he said moments ago, I want to personally apologize to all of the victims of domestic violence. He said, quote, I hate myself right now. I was stripped to nothing. And when it comes to that video of him beating Cassie, he said, I was sick on drugs. I was out of control. I needed help. I make no excuses. I knew better. But the judge had some very sharp words in response to Combs. He acknowledged that he is trying to do better and told him that he hopes that he continues that, but instantly went into rejecting attempts to characterize what happened as, quote, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. He said you abused your power and control you had over women you claimed you had loved. You abused them emotionally and physically. He said the evidence was massive. I was sitting right here, he said. We read it and we saw it. Images of gashes and bruises and broken doors, and I saw it in the video. It was savage. This is according to the judge. This is some of the comments that he made just moments ago in court. Alice Gaynor from WCBS is in the courtroom right now and sending out notes just to give us a sense of what Combs' demeanor is like right now. What is his family reacting to? I also want to note something that the judge mentioned in reference to Jane. She went by the pseudonym Jane, but this was also an ex-girlfriend. He said he referred to the brutal assault of Jane by saying, "You kicked down 5 doors in her home, lifted her off the floor by her neck, punched her, kicked her, dragged her by her hair, slapped her so hard she fell down." Jane, quote, her credibility testified to those things, that she was a credible witness. So some sharp words again from the judge who just handed down that sentence, 50 months in prison. There will be time served, we believe, in consideration of that. So considering that, it might actually be 4 years. I'm just looking at a note, sentence is 50 months of incarceration. Agnifilo, which is the lead attorney for Combs, asking for more time to list facility recommendations. Also supervised release, 5 years. No reaction from Combs. He is still sitting, and there's a $500,000 fine. You can see behind me a little bit the crowd that has been gathered here pretty much all day as the family have been in and out of that courtroom. When I asked a couple of the defense attorneys how they were feeling today, they didn't have a comment. This day was very serious. They knew that going in. Not long ago in July, when it was that split verdict, they said this was a win for Combs. But the second part of that, the most important part of that, is the sentencing happening today. Again, the judge sentencing him to 50 months behind bars.
Jerika, what other activity did we have today? Did we hear, there were the victim statements. Was this a part of today's activities? And also, did the judge make any characterization of the final sentence relative to those harsh words that you quoted him as saying? In other words, did he match the two up? Did he say, "I'm delivering this very harsh characterological verdict on you," and the sentencing matches that, or did he just not make that connection?
Style starts with the details. The difference between mid and next level, a real gold chain that hits. Lifetime guaranteed.
No, he did acknowledge that the sentence that prosecutors were asking for, 11 years, was a bit of an overreach. The probation report recommended 60 months. So when you look at the probation report of 60 months, he comes up with 50 months. The prosecutors wanted 11 years behind bars. It's not quite in the middle, but it's a far cry from the 14 months that the defense was asking for. Some other things worth noting. Combs was found guilty on the 2 counts of the Mann Act. This is transportation of people across state lines for the purpose of prostitution, and that is illegal in this country. Prosecutor Christy Slavic at one point during this testimony said that this case was not just about prostitution, but violence. She emphasized the violence. And that is what we heard a little bit from the judge today when he recanted some of the testimony that we heard during the trial. Cassie Ventura, the star witness, the ex-girlfriend of Combs, who was with him for about 10 years, released a statement before this sentencing was handed down saying, "I am so scared that if he walks free, his first actions will be swift retribution towards me and others who spoke about him at this trial."
All right, Jerika Duncan, thank you so much. Criminal defense attorney Caroline Polisi is with us. Caroline, what's your reaction to this judgment?
I think this is about as good of a sentence that Sean Combs and his lawyers could have hoped for. They did ask for 14 months, which is essentially time served. But when probation came in with that assessment, which was 60 months to 72 months, clearly the judge took that into consideration. Now, he downwardly departed from that, meaning I think 2 things are to note here that you heard the judge say there. One is that a sentence should be sufficient but not greater than necessary to achieve the ends of justice. And so you'll often hear defense attorneys saying that. The second is that similarly situated defendants, you want no discrepancies in similarly situated defendants. When you look at all of the Mann Act guilty verdicts sort of in this jurisdiction, this is a pretty high sentence. And so I think the judge didn't want to get out of that heartland of the sentences while taking into account the violence here. That's the biggest issue here.
Well, right. So on the one hand, you're saying Joe Schmo comes in, has a Mann Act violation. You want the sentences to be the same to hold up that important judicial principle that all people are. On the other hand, the judge, as Jerika went on at some length about all of this other material and all of the stuff the judge mentioned. Is that a part of the Mann Act charge, or is that
interesting? So it's not. So remember, it was a huge win for his defense when he was acquitted of those sex trafficking charge, which is essentially a Mann Act charge with the element of violence. And the defense actually raised a constitutional argument here in their brief, saying that, look, if you consider that conduct, the violence, the coercion that was presented by the prosecution, that's actually going against what the sentencing guidelines recommend or state, that you can't consider acquitted conduct. Essentially, he was found not guilty of that conduct, so why consider it in the sentence? The judge setting some precedent here, saying, absolutely, I can consider the evidence that was produced at trial. It's not necessarily going against those acquittals. There was obviously evidence of violence here. You can take into account his character, his demeanor. This has always been a tale of two different Sean Combs. The defense wants to portray him as, you know, a lost man who has trauma issues since his father was murdered at the age of 3, with addiction issues, struggling to get by. The prosecution paints him as sort of a nefarious, devious, really serial perpetrator of violence.
So in the end here, you mentioned that the defense team will be happy with this verdict.
Oh, well, look, I mean, they wanted him to walk out. I think Agnifilo said, you know, today we want to walk out. I think they may appeal on the constitutional grounds, on the grounds that they're going to say that the judge took into account this acquitted conduct and that they should only be looking at the actual violations of the Mann Act.
So just to catch people up with that. So if it comes out in trial that you did X, Y, and Z, but you are then acquitted of the charges in which that information came out, the defense's argument will be the judge can't take that into consideration.
Exactly.
Even though it was talked about and everybody knows about it, can't do it. That would be their grounds.
Exactly, because you weren't found guilty of that offense. They haven't proven it by beyond a reasonable doubt. However, forever, sentencing judges can take into account prior bad acts if they find by a preponderance of the evidence that those were committed. And so it's kind of a gray area there. But clearly this judge did take those factors into account to some degree, but then mitigated it as well to keep it within those, to keep things a little bit more consistent in terms of, you know, similarly situated defendants.
All right, Caroline Polisi, thank you. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman was inside the overflow courtroom as the sentencing was read and is now outside for us. Katrina, what did you make? What's your reaction? What did you witness?
I mean, what was striking when the sentence was finally read is how still Sean Combs was. He just sat there, his hands clasped, looking down, and it was such a contrast to earlier because I would say it was such an emotional day.
Hey, if you're a parent and you live in the state of California and your child is from 0 to 12, I have
in that courtroom. When Sean Combs' kids spoke in court today, they were all crying. His lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, was crying. Sean Combs got up there and said his own words, and his voice was really shaking. He was very emotional as he told the judge how this had affected his life, how he felt like a changed man. And even when the judge read this sentence, he began by praising Sean Combs, by talking about the work that he's done, the barriers that he's broken, how impressive it is, even at a young age, having lost his father, all that he overcome. But he said that all of that could not wash away the record of this case, the evidence that we saw in that courtroom. He also pointed to the fact that some of this aggravating behavior, the violence, took place even after Combs already knew that he was being investigated. And after that Intercontinental video that we've seen so many times, Sean Combs posted this apology on Instagram. The judge said, saying a lot of what he said in the courtroom today, and yet even after that, he beat one of the women who testified in this trial. So the judge was just not convinced that his behavior had changed, and he said that this had to be done
for deterrence. And Sean Combs just really sat there looking defeated. He told us in court today that he was broken. He looked absolutely distraught when his kids were speaking earlier. He was crying. He was wiping his face with a tissue. And you can see really how all of this has affected him. And now he is going to have to deal with this incarceration.
And in the judge's remarks, you mentioned that, Katrina, that he started off and he sort of had a trail of the way how long did he speak for? And was he pretty much monotone the whole way, or did the judge betray any emotion in his remarks?
No, I would say that there absolutely was. And I can't say how long, because he was actually still speaking as I left the courtroom. He was praising the women who came and testified in this trial and the courage that it took for them to do that as I walked out. But you could absolutely hear emotion in his voice when he was talking about all of the things that Sean Combs has accomplished. You could tell that, he is very impressed by all that he has done, by the work that he is continuing to try to do in the prison system. But all of that just was not enough to overcome the massive amount of evidence that he said we saw in this case, the violence, the extreme nature of the behavior, the length of this behavior. It happened over a decade with multiple victims, and all of that just was not enough to supersede him saying that he now feels remorseful for this, that he is repentant. And earlier in the day, the judge also said that he just wasn't fully convinced by the narrative that Sean Combs and his team have been saying.
CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman, thank you. We want to go back to Jerika Duncan, who's outside the courthouse. Jerika, they're always in these high-profile trials, people who gather around, who kind of come and pick sides. What has the reaction been in the wake of this sentencing?
I think you have people that have been out here, some that support Combs and are saying things like free Diddy, and then you have folks who are advocates and wanted to see him face some serious time. An attorney that I did speak to did make clear, though, that a lot of times in these federal cases, people don't necessarily serve the entire time. So again, Combs has already been behind bars for a little over a year. Then there's, I was told, 15% off for good behavior, sometimes 15% off the sentence. There's First Step Act credits to consider. There's a certain percentage that you can do for halfway house or home confinement, and possibly additional time off for drug treatment programs. So in the end, we don't know exactly what that really looks like in terms of how much more time Combs will spend behind bars. But again, this judge trying to send a message saying that what he did was wrong and that he did believe the credibility of those women who testified. Court just adjourned, but I want to leave you with a couple of thoughts from the judge. He looks over at Combs and says, you are going to get through this. There is light at the end to help people like him. You will have a chance, he says, to show your children and the world that accountability and change is possible.
Jerika Duncan from outside the courthouse, Jerika, thank you so much.
You're about to lose $40,000 for your car accident because you don't know this one trick. Check this out.
Okay, peoples, that is it. That is all that I have on today. That is it. That is all that I have on today. As far as now is concerned, I'll be back on within an hour or two. And we're going to get into some other cases. The Sean Diddy Combs saga, people, it has already happened. It is what it is, and it is what it is. And so Sean Diddy Combs is going to have to literally pay the price for the various things that he has done. Now, bear in mind that everything is not up on Sean. You know, there's other people's who is a factor as well. And y'all putting so much weight up on Cassie and all of these other people, but y'all got to understand that it wasn't just only Sean. It was all of these other people as well. And so, you know, yeah, hold on for a second. Okay, people, so I'm back. So, like I was saying, Sean wasn't the only one who was involved in all of this. There was other people as well, and all of those other people, they're going to have their time in day. All of the people who was involved. The feds is not through with this particular case. This is just only a small saga. This is a small win for the feds, but also for Sean Diddy Combs, because he could have faced life. He could have faced life, but he didn't. And so he should be eternally grateful and thankful to God that he didn't get life, that he got what he got. And so now he can sit back and he can reflect upon his time, his behaviors, and the things that he has done. And so there you have it, peoples. Sean Diddy Combs get 4 years, 2 months. And that's what it is. And so now on to the next case, peoples. I mean, there's several other cases that I want to bring to your attention and things. And it's going to be really something, peoples. I'm looking more into these cases and stuff, but I wanted to touch bases upon it tonight, bring some awareness to it and stuff and things. So if you guys are not too mean, y'all come on back and come on and support the channel. Come on to the live and come talk with me about these cases and about, Diddy, about Kanika, about whatever you want to talk about and things. But I want you guys to come up and come on to the live. And that's what makes for a beautiful live. And to my new subscribers, thank you for coming on and coming and subscribing to the channel. If I can be some assistance to your channel, let me know. I'm waiting for Tyrone to come up and come onto the channel to talk about his situation and things, because I've always lent my channel to help other people and to get the word out. Now he's writing a book and we're going to be supportive of him and things. And, I want him to come up and speak his piece as well. Is that all right, peoples? And then Mello, Gina, to you, she's on a little hiatus and things. We kind of got into a little spat and whatnot. But as far as I'm concerned, I have no issues with her. We just have to wait until, she digresses. And, I'm sure that at some point in time, she'll be back. But as of now, she's just on a little hiatus and things. So, but peoples, that's it. That's all for Sean Diddy Combs for right now. I'll be back with a new live. I'll be back with a new topic. I'll be back with a new discussion. And, we're just going to come back and let's see what you guys want to talk about. But again, people, I mean, this is paying off dividends right here, being able to come on to all of these other lives and stuff. And so when I was on the other live, I wasn't on no one's personal live. I would never go and, put my channel handle out there on someone else's personal live. It was the news. And so the news, they get all sorts of people to come and talk in their chat. So I didn't feel too bad about doing it there because, they get thousands and thousands of people. And so this was a way to go ahead and literally communicate with others and stuff and, go ahead and connect with others as well. I mean, if we learn how to really help each other out, then we all can eat, we all can benefit, and we all can do some great things and whatnot. Is that all right, peoples? So, you guys be blessed, get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you guys later on tonight. And so again, peoples, as a recap, Sean Diddy Combs has been convicted and has been sentenced to 4 years, 2 months. But it will be even less than that because he had served already some time. So it equate to around 3 years or something. I don't know the exact time, but it'd be around that time. And so he'll still have a lot of life to be with his kids and come out transformed and being a new man. And that's what it's all about, peoples. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, if the Lord says the same, I will be back later on tonight, and we will be back upon a new topic upon tonight, peoples. We will take a look at some of these people who have come up missing. And so till then, peoples, be blessed, get your rest. And again, if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.